was late October 2015, just a few days before Halloween. I was home alone for the evening. I wasn't too worried about it. It was a quiet night. I'd settled in with a plate of dinner, and I wasn't expecting much to happen. And then I get a knock on the door. It was loud. So loud it made me jump in my seat. The sound echoing through the house like someone was banging with their fists. I paused. Fork was hovering over my plate, and I was just listening, hoping maybe I'd imagined it. But there it was again, a second knock, just as forceful as the first. Whoever was out there wanted my attention, and they wanted it now. My first thought was, who the hell knocks like that at this time of night? It wasn't that late, but it was dark out, and we didn't get many visitors, especially unannounced ones. My second thought was that it could be a prank, kids messing around because Halloween was right around the corner. That seemed plausible, so I wasn't too alarmed. Still, I stood up cautiously, grabbing my phone off the table before heading to the door. The knocks didn't stop. They kept coming hard and fast, as if the person was running out of patience. My heart was starting to pound, but I couldn't just ignore it. When I finally reached the door, I hesitated, my hand hovering over the knob. Whoever it was, they weren't saying anything like trick or treat. Just silence between the knocks until they stopped. As I creaked open the door, I looked out, and the porch was empty. No one stood there. But that wasn't what made my stomach twist into knots. It was the blood. There were streaks of it on the concrete, smeared across the porch, some of it still wet and glistening in the dim light. I looked around, expecting to see someone limping away or maybe hiding, but no one was there. The street was quiet, and the houses across the way were dark. I was alone. For a moment, I just stood there frozen, my brain trying to catch up with what I was seeing. Was this some kind of sick joke? But the blood, it looked too real, too fresh. I got inside and quickly locked the door. Who would leave a bloody mess on my porch? I dialed 911 before I could even second-guess myself. As I explained the situation to the dispatcher, I kept glancing back at the door, like I expected someone or something to come bursting through it. "There's blood all over my porch," I said to them, pacing now. "But no one's here." The dispatcher's voice was calm, almost too calm for what I was feeling. They assured me that someone would be on their way to check it out. I thanked them, hung up, and sat on the couch. It wasn't long before I got a call back from the police. They hadn't even arrived yet, but they had some new information. They told me that they'd gotten reports that someone on a bike had had an accident in my area. They explained that it sounded like they were injured and may have been going door to door for help. I blinked and my mind tried to process it. But all the blood, I remember asking. And they told me they're hurt pretty badly. And they said this in a calm voice. It sounded like you just missed them. One of your neighbors helped out and an ambulance is on the way. I sat there. The relief was kind of sinking in now. So that was it? No prank, no danger. Just an injured person seeking help. And I hadn't answered the door in time. And then I just felt a wave of guilt, thinking about how they must have been knocking, hoping that somebody, anyone, would open up before they had to move on. A few minutes later, the police showed up just to be sure that everything was okay. They checked the porch and confirmed the story about the injured cyclist. I watched the ambulance leave, and then the police left. And then I was just left to clean the blood off my porch. Though there was a morbid part of me that considered leaving it up for Halloween. Halloween is a difficult time of year for me. When I was 21, I decided to dress up and hit a bunch of bars with my friend and her boyfriend. They dressed as pirates and I went as Morticia Addams. We only had one drink at the first bar because some asshole dressed like Ghostface kept stabbing people with a fake knife. You know, the kind with a retractable blade. We were at the second bar for maybe 30 minutes when the guy showed up to pull the same shit there. Most people were indulging him, and my friend said that I was being too sensitive, but I just didn't like this dude's vibe. He was getting way too excited and sticking way too close to us, but it was a small bar, so we left. We went to a third bar, and he showed up 5 minutes later. I didn't think that he was necessarily following us. There's a row of popular bars all within a few blocks, and lots of people were taking the same route. I figured that he was just going with the crowd in general. To avoid repeating the same mistake all night, we skipped to the end of the line. There should have been at least 2 more bars for Mr. Ghostface to hit before making it to our spot. Instead, he made it there in under 20. And that's when I started to get legitimately creeped out, but my friend convinced me I was being paranoid. This bar had more space, so I was able to ignore the guy and have a few more drinks. But then he started getting rowdy again. He was running all over the place and everyone was cheering him on. He lunged at my friend's boyfriend and hit him square in the chest. So he collapsed and dramatically reached out to us as if playing along. Everyone clapped and laughed, including my friend. Ghostface then stabbed 2 women who seemed to be also playing along as he made his way out the back exit. It was only after he left that everyone began to realize these people weren't faking it. He had switched to a real knife before stabbing my friend's boyfriend. The knife went into his heart, and he passed away before help could arrive. The other 2 victims survived. I followed the news, and I learned that those 2 had survived. One of them had lost a kidney, but otherwise made full recoveries. Police reviewed the surveillance footage from each bar, and they agreed that he seemed to be following us. 2 weeks later, they arrested my friend's ex-boyfriend. He didn't like anyone else touching her, so he made a sick little game out of trying to make his murder appear random. Ever since, I've been really nervous around anyone in a costume that covers their face, so I mostly just stay home for Halloween now. As a kid, I was pretty obsessed with the idea of there being a great pumpkin. Christmas has Santa, Easter has the bunny. Why can't Halloween have something that leaves presents too? I was young enough to consider a Charlie Brown cartoon evidence, yet old enough to remember the way to the pumpkin patch. It wasn't far. Sometimes Mom and I walked instead of driving. I waited until the night before Halloween and snuck out after my parents went to sleep. The walk itself didn't frighten me at all. I was too excited to be afraid, and too dumb to understand that humans were the real threat. I got to the pumpkin patch without incident, picked my spot, and waited for the mountains of candy I knew would be coming my way. It was almost 1 a.m. by then, and the longer I sat there, the more tired I became. I would drift off for a few moments, and then a random sound would jerk me back awake. Each time, a rush of adrenaline surged through me while I searched for the great pumpkin, and each time, the disappointment of his absence was crushing. This cycle happened for the last time just after 3:30, when I woke to the sound of nearby voices. They may have been in their late teens or early 20s, but I can't trust my perception of their age. The only thing I knew for certain was that they weren't ruining my last chance to see the great pumpkin. I still wasn't frightened. I was furious. How dare they? When I stood from my hiding place and ordered them to leave quietly, I genuinely believed that they would apologize, maybe even give me some candy and go. I heard their whole speech in my head, how they'd promised it would never happen again and wish me luck as they left. But yeah, obviously none of that happened. I was so far off base that I'm lucky just to be alive. They definitely hadn't known I was there. It startled them when an angry child suddenly emerged from the darkness. I launched into my speech without waiting for their response, and they stood silently gawking until I was finished. They were drinking from a bottle wrapped in a brown paper bag, though I didn't understand anything about the effects of alcohol at that age either. We stared at each other in silence for a moment, and I only grew angrier. When they didn't respond with remorse, I thought they found my anger to be cute, like so many other adults. Well, they definitely didn't think I was cute. Eventually, they burst into laughter, and I completely lost my temper. I began screaming that they ruined Halloween by scaring away the great pumpkin, and the longer I yelled, the louder they laughed. They carried on for so long that I completely lost hope and turned to leave. That's when the heavier of the two men finally regained his composure and hurried to block my path. He apologized with all the words I imagined they would say, only now it was too late. The great pumpkin was gone, and it was all their fault. I tried backing away and bumped into the smaller man. He had moved much closer, and I was now sandwiched between the two. The heavier one apologized again and offered me a drink from their bottle. I still didn't see this as a threat. I thought they were genuinely trying to make amends, but a sip of their drink wasn't going to cut it. Next, they offered to take me for ice cream, and when that didn't work, there was suddenly a puppy in their car. They tried every trick in the book, and the only reason none of them worked was because I wanted to see the great pumpkin that badly. Once I was too sleepy to care about their groveling, I announced that I was going home and never wanted to see them again. Then the men said that the least they could do was drive me home and asked which way I lived. Wouldn't you know it, my house was the same direction they were headed. Well, that one got me thinking. It was a longer walk, and it only seemed that much further after staying up all night. I had also grown paranoid that my parents would wake up while I was gone. I may have been extremely ignorant, but I understood exactly how much trouble I would be in if they realized what I'd done. So yes, a ride home actually sounded like a great idea. Those guys walked me to an old car that smelled like a skunk, and I climbed in the back seat with 0 alarm bells sounding in my head. At first, they really did drive in the right direction, and there was what I thought to be polite conversation. They asked if I wasn't afraid to be walking around at night all alone, and I, a cocky little shit, told them all about how I was too smart to believe in ghosts or monsters. I knew those things were only in fairy tales, yet things like the Great Pumpkin and Santa Claus, no, those were real. I'll never forget the look on the smaller man's face when he turned back and asked how I felt about people. He was enjoying my ignorance very much. I think he wanted me to understand I was in danger, like he wanted to see the aha moment on my face when everything clicked. Well, if that's true, then he got his wish, but it took me longer than I care to admit. He played coy, slow-walking me through what-if scenarios while the bigger man followed my directions home. Then, as we approached the last stop sign before my house, I said to take a left, and my house was the third one on the right. That's when the smaller man asked what I would do if they just kept driving. What did I think I even could do? Still thinking it was all one big joke, I said something along the lines of beating them up, something clearly beyond my ability, and was rewarded with another round of hysterical laughter. Meanwhile, we had come to a full stop. No cars were in sight. But we weren't turning. We were just sitting there. And then we kept going straight. I was done playing with these guys. I just wanted to crawl into my bed and sleep, but they wanted to play these ridiculous games all night. In a burst of sheer anger, I lunged forward, grabbing the wheel, and took us over the curb. The smaller man slapped me, hard, and I flew back into my seat. That's when reality finally came crashing down on me. Everything clicked into place, and I understood that these men did not want to be my friends. The smaller man said that if I laid on the floorboard and stayed silent, he wouldn't crawl back there and make the first slap look like a love tap. I was so frightened that I complied. I didn't know what I was going to do or what was going to happen, but I knew I couldn't handle being struck again. My entire head was throbbing, and the side of my face felt like it was on fire. It terrifies me to admit this, but had no one intervened, I probably would have followed their orders all the way up to digging my own grave. From the floorboard, I watched as we left behind the dim lighting in my quiet neighborhood for a bright glow of the still busy highway. It was no longer the middle of the night, but early morning, and people were trying to get to work. I was never planning an escape. I was just hoping with every fiber of my being that someone would save me. And I got lucky. The two men had been talking, but I'm not sure about what. I just happened to notice that they suddenly clammed up, like something had frightened them. Then the smaller man turned to look out the back of the car, then down at me. His tone shifted to one of kindness, and he seemed like an entirely different person as he thanked me for being so well behaved. In fact, they only kidnapped bad little boys, and considering how they found me, they were sure that I was one. Now, they had seen the error of their ways, and they were just looking for a place to turn around so they could take me home. Well, I'm excited to report I had finally learned my lesson. I didn't believe a word he said. Before he could stop me, I climbed back into my seat and saw what had scared him so badly. There was a cop behind us. I began screaming and pounding on the back window. The officer saw me and turned on his lights, and my kidnapper punched the gas. The pursuit lasted less than 10 minutes, but it felt like hours. All the while, the smaller man was screaming what he planned to do with me when they lost the cop. I never cried so hard in my life. I thought that they were going to escape, and that I had just made my situation that much worse. But they turned into a neighborhood and became trapped on a dead-end street. They had no choice but to leave me and the car behind while they were trying to escape on foot. A minute later, officers were pulling me from the car, and shortly after, my kidnappers were in handcuffs. I didn't know my address, but I was able to describe the pumpkin patch well enough for one of the cops to recognize it. Once they got me back there, I was able to guide them to my house. My parents lost their minds when they opened the door to see me with all of the police, and I had stranger danger lessons every day for the next 3 years. But I had already received the only lesson I needed. To this day, I treat every stranger like a potential kidnapper. Is that healthy? Probably not. But I haven't been kidnapped a single time since, and that's all I'm really looking for. Happy Halloween, everyone, and please, if you have a kid that believes in the Great Pumpkin, keep an extra eye on them, okay? When I was about 13, I lived in a big house that was only about a mile removed from civilization, but surrounded by thick forest. It felt more remote than it was. There were no sidewalks and no streetlights, so it was never what you would call trick-or-treat friendly. It was too far of a walk on winding, hilly, pitch-black roads between homes. Most kids from our neighborhood went into the crowded downtown on Halloween. We were so rarely bothered by outsiders that many of our neighbors didn't even bother buying candy. A ringing doorbell would come as a genuine surprise. It did ring, though, a couple of times. Mostly early in the night by neighborhood kids who wanted us to see their costumes before they headed off to town. We'd hand out treats and admire their ingenuity, and then lock up and settle in for the night. On this Halloween, we went through the process of turning off the lights and making sure everything was secure. It was somewhere between 11 p.m. and midnight, long after trick-or-treating hours. Our Cocker Spaniel was whining, so we opened the front door to let him out one last time. The door swung open, and a full-grown man in a clown costume, complete with a grotesque mask, was standing silently on the front porch. Our dog saw the enormous clown shoes first, as his head slowly raised to take in the baggy striped pants, the cartoonish necktie, and finally, the hideous face. His haunches slowly lowered, and he peed a giant puddle on the floor. Terror-stricken, my parents slammed and locked the door. They raced through the house, making sure every door and window was locked. Then they peeped out from behind the living room curtain. for several agonizing minutes until the clown turned and walked into the darkness. I honestly can't remember if they called the police. If I had been in their place, I would have. Why was he there? He was too old for trick-or-treating. He hadn't rung the doorbell. He hadn't knocked. He'd just stood on our porch without a word, staring at the door. We'd only seen him by chance when we let the dog out. What were his plans? He'd arrived on foot in full costume and never made a sound. We never saw if he had a weapon. Why would he do that? If he were some teenager getting an ill-advised thrill out of frightening the literal piss out of the locals, would he have been so patient as to wait in utter silence in front of a door that might not open? He was undoubtedly menacing, but the fact that it was happening on Halloween night introduced a dangerous level of self-doubt to our reactions. Were we overreacting? Is it normal for a man in a clown suit to stand staring at your front door on the off chance that you'll open it during the night? It would be years before I saw a few horror movies in which an unsuspecting family was stalked and tortured by people who arrived unannounced and masked at their homes in the dead of the night. My experience with the clown added a rich dimension of recognition and horror that I'd been much happier without. Those films gave me nightmares for months, and last winter, long after Halloween, we were returning home from a trip, driving along dark and utterly desolate country roads, when suddenly the headlights illuminated a man standing in a ditch. He was facing us and waved at us as if he were expecting us all along. He had this almost cartoonish hair and makeup, looking like a genuine cartoon character. He had a guitar slung across his back. A guitar. He was dressed in a country western costume. You'd almost think that he was returning home from a gig and his car was broken down. The trouble with that explanation was that there was only soybean fields for miles. No little towns, no bars. We hadn't passed any stranded vehicles, and we wouldn't pass another car, operational or otherwise, until we got to the next town, 20 miles away. Still, that self-doubt kicks in. Was he hitchhiking? Was he signaling for help? No, that's the thing. He was standing in the ditch, pointed towards us as if he'd known that we were coming, with a wide smile of greeting spread across his heavily made-up face, and a leisurely wave to us as we passed. It was a friendly hello wave, not a call for help. That I'm absolutely sure of. There was no urgency in his demeanor at all. It was a ditch in the pitch black of night, in a soybean field, so far in the middle of nowhere that there were no other cars for miles. It was so unsettling at the time that we sped off. We had a young child in the car to protect. The scene was so bizarre that we began to think we'd hallucinated it. When I got home, I told a friend of mine about it, a news director for a radio station in the area. He quickly sent me a screen cap of a dispatch report. 2 motorists advised police of a heavily made-up man with a guitar jumping from a ditch into the road and running at the cars. So, apparently we didn't hallucinate him. It does terrify me beyond reason to think that not only do people wander in the darkness like this, but no one knows their true intentions or whether or not they're harmless. But there are apparently so many of them out there that one person, me, has had 2 late-night run-ins. Who else is out there? What are their plans? Do they rely on the Halloween second-guessing to take advantage of our split-second indecision? Something weird is going on around our property, and I'm just wondering if anyone else has experienced anything like this. We live in southern Georgia, just a half hour away from the Florida border, and we have a lot of land. Much of it is wooded. We've been here around a year, and we also have lots of chickens, some goats, and a few cows. Our only child, Lizzie, is in college now, so it's currently just me and my husband, Saul. It's a lot of work, but we lived in a small town, crowded apartment complex before this. So we were especially grateful to find such an amazing property within our price range. But why was it so cheap, you ask? Well, the previous owner was very upfront about a tragedy that occurred back in the 60s. A man had killed his wife and 2 daughters before ending his own life, which, yes, is tragic, but we've never been too superstitious. The guy selling it to us was also a skeptic who got it dirt cheap, but he couldn't take care of the place by himself anymore. His kids had all started families of their own. His wife passed away the previous year, and now he just wanted to move closer to his grandkids. Basically, we thought that we hit the jackpot. It was like fate wanted us to have this property. And I know what you're thinking, and no, we aren't being haunted. Nothing strange has happened inside the house, only outside. If a ghost is responsible for the events I'm about to share, then holy crap, I had no idea spirits were so terrifying. Okay, so down to it. I guess the first thing happened about a month after we moved. We had just started feeling settled into our new routines and gotten comfortable with all of the animals when Saul found 3 dead blackbirds in the back of the barn. They didn't appear to have any injuries, so we wondered if they might have been sick. But then we remembered the rat poison, those green pellets, and we thought that's what had done it. We didn't have any cats or dogs, so we thought it would be okay, but we got rid of them after that. A few weeks later, I woke up to find a huge dead possum left on our doorstep. I had no idea they got so big, and this time, the cause of death was apparent. The poor thing's throat was actually crushed. It looked like a massive hand closed around its neck and just squeezed. I screamed for my husband, and he came running. Obviously, the possum didn't wander onto our doorstep and unalive itself, so someone had to put it there, right? We called the police. They agreed the animal seemed to have been killed and placed deliberately, but we don't exactly have neighbors or enemies, no one that would have a reason to mess with us, so nothing really came of it. We got one of those doorbell cameras after that, but again, all was well for a while. I know the next one happened in March, because it was the weekend before our daughter's birthday. We drove the 2 hours to her college and went shopping before going to dinner, and then Saul and I drove home. It was around 9:30 when we got back. Our driveway is about half a mile long, and it cuts straight through the woods. Saul was driving, and I was scrolling through Facebook when he suddenly slammed on the brakes and gasped in terror. I looked up just in time to see a large, either brown or black, shape disappear into the woods. Saul punched the gas as soon as it was out of sight. I couldn't get a word out of him until we were inside and all of the doors and windows were locked. He described the thing in the driveway as gorilla-like in appearance and in the way that it walked on its hind legs but leaned on its front. When the lights first hit the creature, it turned towards us just a second before hurrying away, and its face is what frightened Saul the most. Its eyes were big, black holes. It didn't have a nose or lips. Likewise, the mouth was just another black hole, only slightly larger than its eyes. We were scared shitless. After that, we bought trail cams, but nothing else happened for almost 4 months. It was the weekend after the 4th of July when we received a dead armadillo on our front step. As disgusting as it was, we were actually relieved because we should have finally had something on camera, but we didn't. We watched the recording eagerly, only saw a dark shape standing in the distance. We didn't even notice it until it moved in order to throw the armadillo at the door. We found footprints that would look human if not for how incredibly wide they were, or the fact that they only had 4 toes. We collected all the trail cam footage, but still didn't get anything concrete. Just a few blurry images or questionable shapes. Since all of the other incidents were so spread out, we thought that we would have a while before the next one. But it was only a few days before we found a big, dead snake at our door. Our daughter came home for 2 weeks at the end of her summer break, and on her first night here, we all stayed up late just catching up and hanging out. Sometime around midnight, the animals started going crazy outside. Chickens, cows, goats, all of them. We told Lizzie it was probably just a fox or a coyote, and Saul went out with his shotgun. But she could tell that I was too nervous for it to just be another animal. I actually screamed when we heard the gun go off. I didn't want to frighten her, but once that girl gets started on something, there's no stopping her until she knows every detail. Once I did tell her, she was skeptical anyway, so that was fine. And Saul always was a better liar than me. When he returned, he was so convincing that even I believed he had only killed a snake. I didn't learn the truth until we were getting into bed that night. He'd seen the creature again. I still can't believe how composed he was for Lizzie, but there were tears in his eyes as he described what happened. By the time he got to the animals, the chickens had gone quiet, so he went to check on the cows and goats. When he got into the barn, all the animals were huddled together into the far corners of their stalls, like they were trying to get away from something. Saul shined his light in the direction that they were staring and saw the creature standing atop one of the railings. It jumped down and ran towards my husband. That's when he fired, but it just kept coming and continued straight past him, out of the barn, and back into the woods. He didn't see how he could have missed the shot, but admitted to closing his eyes when he squeezed the trigger. I'm just grateful he wasn't hurt, and that none of our animals were on the doorstep the following morning. We were fortunate enough for nothing else to happen while Lizzie was home, but 2 weeks later we found another armadillo at our door. And the day after that, it was a skunk. It was around this time we got a weird picture that almost seemed like the creature had stuck its face up to the camera, but that was the only one really worth noting, and we aren't even sure about it. Finally, I had to ask, if it's smart enough to avoid cameras, maybe this is a human in a costume after all. What if someone had just been messing with us this whole time? But there's no doubt in Saul's mind. He's fully convinced this thing can't be human. He's looked into the black holes that are its eyes and insists nothing is behind them. It also smells like death, like its insides are already rotting. Sometime after Halloween, we woke up to find 6 blackbirds on our doorstep, and the doorbell camera showed a hulking figure throwing them at the house, one by one. We'd had enough. Saul drove over an hour to borrow 2 small bear traps from a friend. I didn't like the idea, but we didn't have any animals that weren't securely locked away at night, so I didn't have much of an argument. They were left out just after nightfall and collected first thing in the morning, just to be extra cautious, but they only lasted for a few days. One morning, we woke to find both traps had been broken, like they were bent and warped, as if someone tried to crumple them like paper, but couldn't quite crush it all the way. That scared me more than anything else we had seen. The strength it must have taken is unbelievable. Much more than what it would take to chuck a dead animal at our doorstep. We had a nearly 2-month break after that, until we woke up to find another giant possum on our doorstep. That happened just a few weeks ago, so we're probably due for another visit any time now. The randomness of it is one of the worst parts. You just never know when something is going to happen. And it's never what you're expecting it to be. Never. If I go up to the door and peek out the side window to see if there are any bulky shapes on the stoop, nothing will be there. It's only the mornings, when my mind is completely elsewhere, when I'm rushing to get out of the house without thinking that something is inevitably going to be waiting for me. I just don't understand. Even when it had the chance, it never hurt us. Technically, it's never even threatened us. Not really. When it charged at Saul, he'd been blocking the only exit, and despite the fact that he shot at it, the creature still just ran past him. And though it did disturb the animals, it could have killed them all by now. Yet it only kills things in the forest. I just can't shake the feeling that it thinks it's leaving us gifts, like a cat. I'm not saying I want to pet it. I'm just curious. I've never seen anything so terrifying, and I haven't even seen its face. Saul wakes up in cold sweats all the time because he has nightmares about the holes in its face. If I had known that groups like this exist, I would have shared our story sooner. But my daughter only just told me about you all a few days ago. Since then, I've been reading other people's stories while working up the courage to write this. I just don't know if anyone has the slightest idea of what it could be. Even if you aren't sure, all guesses are welcome. Thanks for reading. Halloween night, a good 17 years ago. I was walking with my two best friends, Jess and Dana, on our way to a party at one of the houses deep in the suburbs, one where you had to walk a good 15 minutes from anywhere lit. The moon was high, and the only light came from the occasional jack-o'-lantern. It was almost unnaturally dark, the kind of darkness that had you watching your back. Even in our slightly inebriated state. We were laughing, making fun of each other's costumes, trying to act like we weren't a little freaked out by how quiet everything was. No kids, no trick-or-treaters, just us and the empty road. We'd been walking for maybe 10 minutes when Dana stopped dead in her tracks. I nearly bumped into her, and when I looked up to see what she was staring at, my stomach turned. There was a kid standing in the middle of the road. He couldn't have been more than 8 or 9. He was wearing one of those cheap plastic masks to cover his face. His clothes were strange, too, like he'd thrown on an old-fashioned suit from a thrift store. But what really freaked me out was how still he was. He just stood there, not moving or saying anything. Where did he come from? Jess was whispering to us. None of us had seen him approach. It was like he'd just appeared. Dana took a step forward. "Hey, are you okay? Are you lost?" The kid didn't answer. He didn't move. His head tilted just slightly, like he was listening, but his eyes, what little we could see under the mask, never blinked. There was something wrong about him, something off. But none of us could quite put our finger on it. At least we couldn't say it. We exchanged uneasy glances. I could feel the hairs on the back of my neck standing up. "We should just go," Jess muttered, tugging at my sleeve. "This is creepy." But Dana was already walking towards him. "Hey, buddy, it's okay. We're not going to hurt you." As she approached, the kid started moving. But not the way I expected. He stepped back, not a full step, more like a shuffle. His movements were jerky. Every time Dana moved closer, he retreated further into the darkness. I remember Jess asking me if this kid was leading us somewhere. She seemed scared. Dana stopped about 10 feet from the kid. "Look, if you're scared, we can help you. Do you live around here?" Again, no response, just that eerie backward shuffle. He was barely lit by the glow of a distant porch light, and it was like he was leading us further into the shadows. "I don't like this," Jess said again. "We need to go, now." But Dana didn't listen. She took another step forward, and that's when it happened. Out of nowhere, something lunged from the shadows behind the kid. I barely registered what it was. just a blur of movement, a low growl, and suddenly it had Jess and me by the arms. I screamed. Jess shrieked louder, and we both struggled against its grip. It was strong, unbelievably strong, like iron fingers digging into my skin. I couldn't even see it clearly, just flashes of a distorted face. Was it a mask, a person? No idea. I was screaming, "Dana, Dana," but she was frozen, her eyes locked on the kid, who was now just watching, standing eerily still as Jess and I were dragged towards darkness. "Dana," Jess cried out, trying to kick whatever had her, but it was useless. The thing, it was pulling relentlessly, dragging us backwards, inch by inch. We didn't stand a chance. It felt like we were being pulled towards something worse. I don't know about Jess, but I thought we were going to die. Finally, Dana snapped out of her trance. She ran forward, grabbing Jess's arm, trying to pull her free, telling whatever it was to let her go. Her voice was shaking, but it was loud. She kicked at some shadowy figure, landing a blow, and it recoiled, just for a second. But in that second, it loosened its grip on Jess. She broke free. I kicked as hard as I could, hitting something solid. Suddenly, I was free too. We stumbled backwards, gasping for air, and that's when I saw it. If it was a person, it had a misshapen face, its eyes too wide, its mouth. It was like no mask or face I'd ever seen. And then just as quickly as it had appeared, it melted away. Gone. We didn't wait to see what would happen next. We ran, all three of us, sprinting down the road without looking back. At least I didn't. My heart was literally in my ears. My legs burned, but I didn't stop running. I could hear Jess crying, Dana's frantic breath. I couldn't think. All I could see was that thing in the dark, pulling us into who knows what. When we finally reached the lights of the next street, we collapsed onto the sidewalk, all of us gasping for breath, clutching each other like we'd barely escaped drowning. I looked back down the road. There was nothing. No kid. No shadowy figure. Just an empty street. "Where did he go?" Dana whispered. "The kid." Jess just shook her head as tears were streaming down her face. He wasn't a kid. He wasn't. The three of us never talked about it again. We made it to the party eventually, trying to laugh it off, but none of us were the same after that. Not on Halloween. Every Halloween since, I've just felt something's off. Hi, I'm new here, and I don't normally enjoy spooky stuff, but my little sister is kind of obsessed, and she swore that this would be a safe place to share my story. I'm not even sure if it's a good one, but I'm getting pretty freaked out, and I feel like a nutbag when I try to tell my friends about it. I live in a small town where every other building has been named a historical landmark, so all the homes and businesses are extremely old. Many of the bigger houses downtown have been separated into individual apartments, including where I live. It would normally be too expensive for my pay grade, but the landlord offered me a deal that I couldn't refuse for taking the basement quarters. I figured that there was some gruesome murder story behind her generosity, but she said the reduction was to compensate for the lack of cell service. Apparently, all of the concrete does a bang-up job of blocking our reception, unless you leave your phone sitting on the window, which, don't forget, is a tiny rectangle under the ceiling because we're in a basement. But at the end of the day, I was desperate to get my own place, so I took it. I should also add that you can't gain access to any part of the building without knowing the gate code, so it's not like random people can just wander inside. Once you enter, the ground floor and upstairs apartments are in one direction, and the stairs for my place are tucked off to the left. There's nothing down there except for my apartment and an old storage closet, meaning there's no reason for anyone to be on those steps except for myself and the maintenance man. Just a quick note about that guy. He's an elderly widow who doesn't even live in the building. He takes several days to come around here when there's a problem, and I've never seen him move faster than a snail. I'm not saying that he's not capable of it. I'm just saying it's extremely unlikely that he's responsible for my problems, considering it would be very difficult for him to come and go without being noticed. Each time he appears, every tenant swarms him. When you descend the basement stairs, there's a long hallway with the closet at the end, and my door is on the right about midway down. Every step you take, no matter how soft, echoes, so it's very hard to be stealthy, even if you want to be. Towards the end of my first week there, I was working on my laptop when I heard someone run down the stairs and through the hall. Thinking it must be a kid, I stuck my head out the door to chase them off. Only no one was there. It's a straight hallway. From my door, I have a clear view of each end, and nobody was there. They couldn't have left before I looked either. I'm positive the footsteps were on the closet end of the hall when I got the door open. Ultimately, I decided that it must have been someone upstairs, and I went back to work. After my first month in the apartment and having a few friends over, I became very accustomed to the difference in what it sounds like when someone is descending my steps or the ones above me. The difference in volume alone is unmistakable, but my stairs are also the only ones that make a loud echo. The second incident happened the night before Halloween. This time I heard someone scream before pounding their way down my steps and through the hall. I got to the door just as the steps were passing my apartment, but the second it opened, they vanished mid-stride. I even considered the possibility that they were hiding in the closet, but there were only cleaning supplies inside. Over the next couple of weeks, I put a great deal of effort into befriending one of the tenants. As it turns out, there are no kids living in my building. The lady in the attic apartment sometimes has her grandkids over, but they weren't visiting on either occasion I heard footsteps. It happened for a third time a few days ago. This was the worst one yet, and what prompted me to finally seek advice. There was no scream, but the footsteps sounded louder than ever, and instead of running past my door, they stopped right in front of it. My heart stopped dead in my chest when the banging began. I somehow found the courage to look through the peephole and saw a frightened young woman staring in the direction of the stairs as she continued her desperate knocking. I instantly forgot all about the possibility of ghosts or whatever spooky story I'd created in my mind. That girl was there, outside my door, terrified, but very real, until I actually yanked the door open, and no one was there. Again, there wasn't so much as a trace of the echo left from her insistent knocks. Also, there's no history of mental illness on either side of my family. That's probably a good thing to mention. I just don't understand. Is it possible for just the hallway to be haunted? Because nothing has ever happened inside my apartment, and the other tenants have sworn that they've never experienced anything strange in the building. I don't know. I'm at a loss. Part of me knows that I should try to learn if someone fitting her description has died here, but I really don't want to know the answer. Someone please just tell me what to do. When I was in college, I lived in an old duplex in the lower unit. One day, I noticed our internet had cut out and nothing I did seemed to get it working again. I decided to follow the cable to see if there was something wrong there. It led me into the basement and stopped at a door that I had never noticed before, since I only went to the basement to do laundry. The upper tenant barely went down there at all. I opened the door and inside is an entirely separate unit where someone clearly must have rented years ago. I look closer. I see that all the floors and walls are charred, like there'd been some sort of fire at some point. And scattered on the floor was the creepiest array of objects. I still don't really know how to make sense of it. The floor is covered in baby toys, like not old looking or burned, just scattered everywhere. There's also a few photos of people on the floor, but these are all burned, so I can't see who they are. The creepiest thing I found on the floor, though, was an unopened letter sent to my address, postmarked from 1994. I'm a snoop, so obviously I opened it. It's very brief, but it basically was like, I hope all is well. I'm praying very hard for your baby. Sincerely, Father Frank. I could be wrong about the exact name, but it was definitely Father something. I got out of there and called my internet provider, who sent a guy out to see what was up. He came over, did something to turn it back on. And when I was like, hey, why did that happen? Is there an outage or something? He was like, I don't know, man. That was kind of weird. This all happened on Halloween, so still just creeps me out so much. Eight years ago, I was a field technician for one of America's largest cellular carriers. Part of my job was being on call after hours for 1 week a month. And this year, that included a call on Halloween night. As is often the case, it happened just as I was getting ready for bed at midnight. I told my wife that the only place I wouldn't want to go was a particular old church, built in the 1820s. It was an old, wooden, colonial New England church that had at least one grave inside the chapel which belonged to the original minister. Our cellular equipment was located in a small room inside the steeple, just below the bell, and it was locked with a combination that only our employees knew. Obviously, that's where I had to go. There was a radio down, and they wanted me there fast. To put it into perspective, there were about 2,000 cell sites that I was on call for, but I had to go to the old church. My heart dropped as I asked what they thought the issue was, but they'd never seen this happen with someone on site. The radio had set itself into local mode, which is a function that can only be done by pushing a physical button on location. It's not possible via remote access. I calmly said that I would take care of it and hung up. Needless to say, I stayed in bed, waited an hour, and called back to inform them the key was missing. I told them the issue would need to be fixed in the morning. There was no way I was going out there to see who or what tampered with the equipment. Sure enough, in the morning, the radio was on. All I had to do was push the button to take it out of local mode. When I was 8, my parents and I flew to Philadelphia. My grandmother had died, and we were there for her funeral, I believe. Although I was born in Philadelphia, my parents had moved to Wyoming shortly after I was born. They were excited to show me all of their old stomping grounds. High school sweethearts, both of them grew up in the city. We parked on a random side street and walked up and down the city as they pointed out various landmarks. They seemed nostalgic, reminiscing about their youth. At one point, we stopped for ice cream at a shop where my dad used to take my mom on dates. On the way into the shop, I noticed a homeless man sitting nearby. He wore an eye patch and had no shoes. I felt bad for him, but my parents seemed to pretend he wasn't there. After we got our cones and left the shop, I told myself not to look at him again, but my undiagnosed ADHD made it impossible to resist. It was like trying not to crack your knuckles, knowing the relief that comes after. I couldn't help myself. I glanced. The man was staring directly at me. He was tall and skinny, wearing pants too big for him and a coat riddled with cigarette burns. He stood barefoot on the cold concrete. My parents walked ahead, completely unaware. I knew I shouldn't look again, but The urge was too strong. I turned my shoulder this time to peek back, and to my shock, the homeless man was now just 2 feet behind us. Before I could react, he lunged at me, grabbing the sleeve of my coat. His face was wild, and before I could scream, he started yelling, "You're my girl! You're my girl!" Everything happened in a blur. Within seconds, my dad had tackled the man, throwing punches. The homeless man was tall, taller than my dad, who I'd always thought of as the tallest man ever, a giant. My dad, usually gentle, was transformed by rage. His first punch dropped the man, but the grip on my coat remained. It took several more blows before the man would let go. It was horrifying. I was inches away from my dad's fists as he pummeled this man. When I finally broke free and ran to my mom, my dad was still hitting him. A small crowd had gathered, but no one intervened. It was my mom who finally screamed, "Stop! You're going to kill him!" After that, we hurried back to the car. There was no more sightseeing. We didn't visit anywhere after the funeral either. My parents were visibly shaken, and we left Philadelphia right after the wake. At the reception that was held at my uncle's house, I couldn't focus on the good memories of my grandmother. I was too distracted by the sight of my mom wrapping my dad's bloody hand in gauze. I'm pretty sure he broke his right hand on the homeless man's face that day. As an 8-year-old, I left Philadelphia thinking it was a scary place that I never wanted to visit again. And sure, Philly can be a tough city, but what happened wasn't just a random, unfortunate event. And I found this out about a decade later, completely by chance. Halloween, we were all going through old photos in the kitchen. My parents were showing me their old Halloween costumes. Some of mine as a child were mixed in there, but mostly it was my parents' old photos. I noticed a stack of photos on the kitchen counter. It didn't look like we'd gone through them, so I took them out of the envelope and went to move them to the table. They were high school pictures of my parents with their friends, school events, parties, typical teenage memories. In a lot of these pictures, there was a guy who stood out. He was hard to miss because of his distinct eye patch and his height, taller than my dad. Curious, I brought one of the pictures to my mom and I asked, "Who's this guy?" Her reaction immediately set off alarm bells. She was trying way too hard to act normal. I could tell something was off, so I pressed further and asked, "Did you guys know that homeless man in Philadelphia? Is this him?" My question shattered her composure, and she broke down sobbing, way more than I'd anticipated or ever seen before. I thought she would have brushed it off with a casual, "Yeah, he was just a guy from high school who went down the wrong path," or something like that. But instead, she had a full-blown panic attack. My dad had to help her to the couch to calm her down before she fainted. At that moment, I knew that I'd stumbled onto something much bigger than I'd imagined. Then we were interrupted by trick-or-treaters. But afterwards, I showed my dad the photo. I saw tears well up in his eyes. I was completely confused, wondering what the heck was going on. And that's when they finally told me the truth. The man with the eye patch, the homeless man who grabbed me, was my biological father. All three of them had been friends, best friends in high school. But at some point, my biological dad got heavy into drugs, started showing signs of severe mental illness. He became abusive, and when my mom found out that she was pregnant, she'd already stopped seeing him after he'd tried to strangle her while driving on the freeway. The man who raised me, Jerry, he had stepped in. He was loyal to my mom and helped her escape the toxic relationship, even moving to Wyoming. Over time, their friendship blossomed into love, and he took on the role of my father without hesitation. Okay, before I tell my story, yes, I realize now, 14 years later, I did some dumb shit when I was 18. The question is how I got it to stop, leave my family alone, as we want to have a normal life. All of this is true. No, I don't think I have mental illness. I go to the VA. I've been tested for all kinds of mental illnesses, which doesn't check out. I was raised semi-Catholic, only been baptized, no other sacraments. There is a preface to this story, and now that I'm older, it makes a lot of sense. I didn't sleep in my own bed until I was around 13, because I used to see things at night which scared the absolute dog shit out of me. Like most parents, they didn't believe anything I ever said. One time playing hide and seek when I was a kid, around 6 or 7, I was hiding under the covers. I was looking at a shelf, and I saw a bin full of Legos get tugged, like someone pushed down on it. 2 minutes later, the bin gets pulled out of the wall by itself. My dad runs in to see what's happened, to which I have no explanation. I was across the room, by myself. I used to see figures at night in my room. They never approached my bed, but would kind of look at me in the closet. They were real fuzzy around the edges and took on different forms. When I went to Yosemite on a camping trip, I remember being awake, terrified in my bed next to my mom. There were black figures walking around in hiking clothing, but no faces or anything. They made no sound as they walked around our cabin around 5:30 in the morning. I was the only one who was awake, who saw it, and I can vaguely remember one standing next to my bed. My mom and I were asleep, and it was standing, looking down at me. The day after I turned 13, I started sleeping in my own bed because my dad had had enough. I had a radio in my room. I turned on NPR at night for white noise so I could try to sleep. I kept the lights on a low dim and the closet door closed so I wouldn't have things looking at me. None of these figures ever made noises. Okay, real story time. I joined the Marine Corps in the infantry in 2009 at 17 years old. By 18, I went to my duty station in Kaneohe Bay, Hawaii. Those who don't know Hawaiian folklore, Kaneohe Bay used to be the meeting place for native Hawaiian tribes to do battle. The movie Paranormal Activity also came out that year, and we all got drunk, went to the movies to see it. There's this stupid scene where they get a Ouija board. Yes, I know this is where I got stupid. And they leave it on the table, then it moves by itself. Drunk me asks on the drive home if that stuff actually works. We go and find one the next day at a Spencer's Gifts in the Windward Mall. We take it back to our squad bay. We stayed in open bays when we first got there. And the person on duty, like RA for a dorm or security, who's Catholic Hispanic, he turns white and he says, "Get that shit out of here right now." We laugh and go to our bay on the top floor. We pull couches around the table and start drinking because we're Marines and dumb. And then we start reading the directions on how to do it. I text my girlfriend, now wife. She also tells me to stop messing with this stuff. She Googles it and tells me to put sterling silver on the board, to which I magically have a St. Michael's medallion that my mother had given me before boot camp. I put it on the board. Again, I don't believe in this stuff. None of the people participating believe this. We put our hands on the pointer, start asking stupid things like, "Is there anyone who wants to talk to us tonight?" This goes on for a while, till all of a sudden the pointer starts moving slowly. I look at the other people and I say, "Stop fucking around. I want to see if this works." Everyone claims that it's not them, and it slowly moves over to yes. So we start asking if it's anyone that we know. It goes to yes again. We ask, who does it know? It says our friend, Nathan, who's sitting on the couch across the bay with a beer in his hand, not touching anything. He's drunk and says, "Very funny, guys." He sits up and says, "Okay, if you know who I am, who are you?" and the pointer spells out, Grandma. He laughs again and says, Okay, Grandma, what's your first name? The board spells out his grandma's name correctly. We look at him and say, Okay, who did you tell your grandma's name to? To which he kinda gets quiet, and he says, No one. He started to ask the year that she died, answered correctly. Her husband's name, answered correctly. His mother's name, answered correctly. He gets extremely quiet after this and asks if she has anything she wants to say. And she says, I love you, and goes to goodbye immediately. He looks freaked out after that, and it's no longer fun. We kept talking to different entities, but it starts to get really weird, where the board starts naming people with birth and death dates from the 1800s, which we Google, and they're all 100% correct. Then I talk to an entity who says it was my mother's unborn child, which was killed by an axe. I text my mom about what I'm doing. She tells me, you need to stop immediately. She has her own story, where something tried to contact her. At this point, a Wiccan Marine walks in and he says, What the actual fuck are you guys doing? This is not a fucking toy or a game. You need to give this to me right now. I need to close this fucking board. He jumps on and he starts doing some weird praying or rituals, saying that we're talking to all sorts of things that we shouldn't be. The Hispanic duty man from before walks up to our floor and says, Hey, can you guys please stop? There's a lot of weird stuff going on downstairs and everyone's freaked out. There's weird orbs of light at the end of the bays and things are getting knocked over by themselves. Please, stop. By the end of this, I'm done messing with the thing, but word got around that this was going on, and around 20 more 18 or 19-year-old Marines show up wanting to talk to spirits on the board. One guy even asked to talk to Satan, and the Wiccan Marine got pissed because he had to sit there the whole rest of the night, essentially babysitting the board. The next day, I felt kind of weird, like there was a pit in my stomach. I went into the bathroom and I kind of started dry heaving till I felt something leave my mouth, but there was no puke or anything. I thought it was too much drinking and ignored it, went about my business. There was one Marine who started acting weird for a week as he took the board into a closet by himself, tried to contact his grandfather. People in his platoon said that he started acting weird and distant. I don't really know what happened after that. I don't remember what happened to the board, but I never touched it again, not after that night. And when a coworker brought one to work as a joke on Halloween, I immediately turned and left. We were up on a mortar range on the Big Island at a training area called PTA. We would get thick fogs that would roll in, this on top of a remote volcano on being on the Big Island, with nobody except military personnel in training. Everyone would hear children laughing off in the distance in the morning. They'd always ask each other, Am I the only one hearing the children laughing? We all agreed that we heard it, but no one ventured out into the fog to see what it was. It usually happened in the mornings. This was my last paranormal encounter in the Marines. Okay, fast forward 13 years. I'm married. I've got a 1.5-year-old who's now walking and talking. We move into our new house with no issues. It's a new house and we bought it from the original owners, who are still alive. No deaths or anything that we knew of. I posted about this instance before, but just about what happened next. One day my daughter is running around the house, bouncing around normally like she always does. She points to the armchair sitting against a desk in the downstairs guest room. The door was sitting open, and she says, Daddy, there's a man in the chair, and runs over to me immediately. I pick her up. She looks back in the room, starts shrieking, and tries as hard as she can to press herself into me, saying again, There's a man in the chair. The only thing she knows about ghosts are that they say boo. She's super friendly with people that she sees all the time, so I have no idea if there was an actual person in the chair or why she would be so terrified. I have no idea what she saw, but I believe that it wasn't nice. She's inconsolable with crying, shrieking. I can't comfort her. All of my childhood experiences and Marine Corps stuff comes back to me. I tell my wife about it. She actually believes me. We take her to my parents' house and we go into town immediately to buy a feather, incense, other stuff to do a smudging. It was recommended by someone. We proceed to do the smudging throughout the entire house, while I carry around my Catholic Bible commanding all spirits to get out of my house in the name of Saint Michael, Jesus Christ, and the Lord Almighty God. I don't go outside, but we go in every closet, garage, etc. We bring my daughter back with no issues, and life goes on for a while. Every now and then, before we put her to bed, she's now 2. Daddy, there's a bad man in the house. We always misdirect or read her stories and such, and she goes to sleep with no issue. We have a hot tub in our backyard, and I go to sit in it at night before bed some nights when I'm tired, but one particular night, I had this horrible feeling that someone or something was watching me. Not only that, they were glaring at me as if they were angry. I think I'm empathic. I can feel emotions and feelings. Whatever this was, it was furious and angry with me. I could almost feel it staring me down, like I angered it somehow, personally. When I walk into my house from the backyard, I feel like I'm being watched by something still. It doesn't go into the house, but somehow I can feel it looking at me inside the rear glass slider, inside. Sometimes our healer puppy that we brought home runs out the dog door 2 or 3 in the morning and just starts growling and barking for no reason. And we go down to yell at him to go back inside. The final thing that I think is that I believe this entity or entities are tormenting me, disturbing thoughts that don't belong to me. They started about 2 months ago before my daughter was born. And up until the end of 2020, I didn't have these thoughts. I've been tested by the VA for psychosis, schizophrenia, mania, bipolar. Have absolutely none of those or any other medical disorders outside of PTSD. I've got no hallucinations, seeing or hearing things that aren't there at all. I can't describe it, but it feels like something has been putting these thoughts in my head. Even sometimes my dreams. They definitely feel like they don't belong to me, like they're not mine. I think whatever I contacted back in 2009 has been dormant for a long time and is now trying to come after me and my family. I'm going to have to contact a bona fide psychic, see if they can see what's going on, hopefully do some energy management and get this thing or things out of our lives once and for all. I'm honestly open for suggestions, prayers, advice. I want whatever this is to go away. This happened several years ago, the night before Halloween. I'd driven down to visit my cousin in southern New Jersey, near the Pine Barrens, a place notorious for strange happenings, but also a good time. We were always drawn to the spookier side of things, so naturally the woods seemed like the perfect place to take a pre-Halloween night walk. We started off by wandering down a small trail. It was the kind that looked like it'd been forgotten, or at least it wasn't the most traveled path. The deeper we went, the more the woods seemed to come alive. I always love when the wind rustles through the trees, creating odd whispers. But it wasn't just the trees or the wind that was strange out there. I began to feel watched. I remember asking my cousin if she thought we should turn back. I was half joking, but I was uneasy. My cousin laughed it off, always the fearless one, telling me it's just the woods. I really did try to shake it off, but something felt wrong. It wasn't just the oppressive silence that had now settled around us. It was the faint smell, like burnt herbs or something older. And then we saw a woman. At first, she seemed like a shadow moving between the trees, but as we drew closer, the figure became clearer, and it was an old woman, hunched and weathered, her gray hair hanging matted strands around her face. She was standing in the middle of the path. Her eyes were fixed on us as though she'd been waiting. Lost? Her voice was low, almost guttural, with an accent I couldn't quite place. I looked at my cousin. She'd gone unnaturally still. We're fine. Just passing through, my cousin said, but the words came out shaky. The woman didn't move. She didn't blink. She was draped in a tattered cloak that looked ancient. The fabric was swirling around her feet, despite the still air. You should not be here, she rasped, taking a step closer to us. Her face was gaunt. Her skin, it was pale. Her eyes, they were dark, just so unnaturally empty. These woods are not for the living tonight. Something cold crawled up my spine. This wasn't some old woman warning kids off of her property. There was something wrong with her. At the very least, there was something I didn't understand about her. The air around her felt thick, like the woods themselves were closing in on us. We were just leaving, I managed to say, grabbing my cousin's arm and trying to move, but the old woman stepped into our path further. She reached out. Her bony fingers brushed against my hand, and the moment her skin touched mine, it was like ice had shot through my veins. Tomorrow is Samhain, she whispered. Her breath was foul and sour. The veil is thin. The spirits are restless, and so am I. I yanked my hand back from her, but the chill, it lingered. It was crawling up my arm. I felt like I couldn't breathe, like the woods were suffocating me. My cousin finally snapped out of her trance and grabbed my arm. Let's go, she muttered. But the woman's eyes never left me. We practically ran back to the car, neither of us speaking. But the further we got from the woman, the more I noticed something strange. The trees, the leaves, the very air around us, it was silent. No birds, no wind, no rustling, just a void sound. When we finally reached the car, I glanced back. She was still there. She was standing at the edge of the woods, watching us. But now, there were others. Shadowy figures just beyond the tree line, all staring, unmoving. I slammed my door and stopped looking. We didn't talk about it on the drive home. It wasn't until we were back at my cousin's house that we finally spoke. Do you think she was a witch? My cousin asked. Her voice was barely above a whisper. I didn't answer right away, but the memory of her icy touch was still vivid. I don't know, I said finally, but the truth was, I think I did know. Deep down, I knew that we'd encountered something that night that wasn't just a strange old woman wandering in the woods. The way she approached us, the way she spoke of Samhain, it wasn't natural. And when I looked at my hand where she touched me, I saw a faint mark, like a burn that hadn't quite healed. A warning, maybe a curse, I thought. That night I didn't sleep. I kept hearing her voice in my head over and over. The veil is thin, the spirits are restless, and so am I. I just knew, come Halloween, I wouldn't be anywhere near the Pine Barrens. But something told me she would. Halloween 2002 started out like any other Halloween. My mom had let me go trick-or-treating with some of the neighborhood friends, just a few blocks around our quiet suburban neighborhood. I dressed as a pirate, complete with a plastic sword and a hat that kept slipping over my eyes. Back then, Halloween felt a little bit more magical. The costumes, the candy. I didn't know that it could turn into something dark. My friends and I went from house to house collecting candy in pillowcases, our laughter echoing down the street, I'm sure of it. But at some point we got separated. I don't even remember how it happened exactly. One minute we were all together, and the next I was standing alone at the end of a cul-de-sac, looking around, trying to figure out where everyone had gone. I wasn't scared at first. I was 9 and this was our neighborhood. I knew every street, every corner. But as I stood there in the growing darkness, I realized I didn't recognize the houses around me. They looked strange, the windows dark like no one was home. The streetlights were dim, barely cutting through the shadows. I started walking, trying to find my way back to the main street where all the other kids were. The further I walked, the more uneasy I felt. Every house I passed seemed abandoned. No decorations, no lights, no sounds of laughter or footsteps, just the crunch of leaves under my feet and the eerie silence that felt like it was closing in around me. And then I saw him. A man standing at the end of the street, under a streetlight. He was tall, wearing a long coat. His face was hidden by darkness. At first, I thought that he was just another parent, maybe waiting for his kid to finish trick-or-treating. But something about the way he was standing, so still and so quiet, it sent a chill through me. He wasn't moving. He wasn't doing anything. Just staring at me. I told myself not to be scared. It was Halloween after all. There were people everywhere just a second ago. But as I got closer, I realized the man wasn't just staring at me. He was staring through me. I couldn't see his eyes, but I felt him. I turned down another street instead of passing him, trying to shake the feeling that he was still watching me. I wanted to run, but I didn't want to look scared. I kept telling myself it was fine. I'd find my friends or someone soon enough. But the streets were still empty. No kids, no trick-or-treaters. Just house after house with the lights off, like everyone had suddenly decided Halloween was over. And then I heard footsteps. Slow, deliberate footsteps, crunching through the fallen leaves behind mine. I turned around and there he was, the man in the coat, closer now. His face was still hidden, but I could see the outline of his hat, the way his shoulders hunched forward slightly. He wasn't walking fast, just slow, steady, like he knew I had nowhere to go. My heart was racing in my chest. I started walking faster, but the footsteps behind me quickened too. I didn't know where I was going anymore. Every street looked the same, every house dark and unfamiliar. I broke into a run, and I could hear him running after me, his footsteps heavy and fast. I didn't stop. I didn't look back. I just ran as fast as I could, my breath coming in ragged gasps. My pirate hat was falling off as I sprinted down the street. I turned a corner and nearly stumbled when I saw it. A van parked at the end of the block. It was old, rusted, no windows on the sides. Just a beat-up, ugly thing that looked like it hadn't moved in years. And then the side door slid open. A hand reached out and grabbed me by the arm, yanking me off the street so fast I didn't even have time to scream. I was pulled into the van, the door slamming shut behind me with a loud, final thud. Inside it was dark, the only light coming from the dim glow of the streetlights outside. The man who had grabbed me was tall, his face hidden under some sort of mask, something cheap and plastic. but all I could focus on were his eyes. Cold, empty. He didn't say a word, just tied my hands with rope, rough and tight, and shoved me into the back of the van. I tried to kick and scream, but he gagged me with something that tasted like old. I could feel this panic rising. My heart was still racing. I thought for sure I'd pass out. I didn't understand. Why was this happening? Where were my friends? Where was anyone? The van started moving, the engine growling as it rolled down the street. I didn't know where we were going, and that terrified me more than anything. I was trapped, helpless, and the only sound was the hum of the engine and my own frantic breathing. I lost track of time. It felt like hours, maybe longer, but at some point the van stopped. The door slid open. The man dragged me out, tossing me on the ground. I landed hard, the impact knocking the wind out of me. We were in the middle of nowhere. I could see trees, a gravel road, and the dark outline of an old abandoned building in the distance. This man stood over me, silent, his face still hidden behind that stupid plastic mask. I was so scared that I couldn't even cry. I just laid there, my body shaking, waiting for whatever was going to happen next. But then, something changed. I heard another sound. Sirens, distant at first, but getting louder. The man's head snapped up, and for the first time, I saw him hesitate. He looked down at me, then back at the road, and just like that, he turned and ran. I don't know how long I laid there before the police found me. They told me that someone had seen the van and called it in, but they never caught the man. He disappeared into the night, just as quickly as he'd shown up. But I was okay. I'm 30 now, and every Halloween since, I can't help but feel a chill when I see those empty streets, or those shadows that seem too still. I always wonder if he's out there, or whatever happened to him. I'm not 9 anymore, but some fears never go away. About 15 years ago, I was basically my parents' live-in nurse. One night, a couple of days before Halloween, I'm in my bedroom, and I hear my dad's pained wail type of scream. He had phantom pains from losing his leg, and they could get pretty intense at times. I heard it clear as day. It was louder than usual, but it was definitely the 10 out of 10 super bad phantom pain scream. I bolt up, run down the hall to my parents' bedroom. Empty. I look through the house and find them both watching TV in the living room. My dad looks perfectly fine. I asked if he screamed. He said he didn't, and neither of them heard anything. The TV wasn't loud enough to hear from across the house. Plus, they weren't watching anything that would have a scream like that. I think they were watching White Christmas. And the scream, it sounded almost like it was right next to me at the time. They swore up and down they didn't hear anything. That's probably the creepiest thing I'd ever experienced around Halloween. When I was 8 or 9, I went over to my friend's house to fool around for a few hours before a Halloween party, which we were going to be going together. In their backyard, his sister came up to me and asked where their dog was. They had a black chow chow, who was very docile. He was around 4 years old, but bigger than me. I showed her to the dog, and he was chewing on a bone. And then I made a huge mistake. I pointed to the dog, and in a split second, he went from chewing on the bone to chewing on my arm. I tried to run, but he had a vice grip on my arm. Eventually, he did let go. At the time, my friend's parents weren't home either, so his sister had to call 911. They ran inside and left me outside in the backyard with the dog, circling and growling at me. The maid came running outside, threw a chair at the dog, which made him back off. While sitting there, I felt strange. There was no pain. There was a ton of adrenaline in my system, but I just sort of felt at ease. I started to reflect on what had just happened. There was a lot of white stuff that looked like whipped cream, tissue, oozing from my wounds, and there was a ton of blood. Blood was everywhere, stained the concrete, the grass. Everyone was crying too. Paramedics arrived, and really, everything up until the ER was a blur. I had 6 cuts, 3 cuts on the inside and 3 on the outside of my forearm, 4 stitches for 2 cuts and 1 for 1, vice versa. More than 10 stitches for the inside of my arm, the muscle and whatnot. There were 20 or so stitches in total. The doc said that I was lucky to still have my arm, as the dog's mouth was just the right size that it missed several vital veins and arteries. It was very traumatic, but thankfully it didn't ruin our relationship. Funnily enough, I was back at his house a few weeks later, petting the dog again, with a lot more caution. I think it's safe to say that we didn't go to the party later that night. At the ripe age of 7 years old, dressed as a mischievous jester, I roamed the streets of my hometown with my older sister one Halloween night. Eventually, my sister's friends would join us, and we would all be reveling and participating in the laughter and the shrieks that were echoing through our neighborhood. The thrill of costumes, the taste of candy, and the sugar high it provided us to keep on keeping on. It's strange. I can recall both the good and the bad of this night. At this moment, I was having the best time, completely oblivious to what was going to happen next. As midnight approached, it was a bit more still in the neighborhood now. I was tired and I wanted to go home. I remember dragging behind my sister and her friends a bit. She was holding my candy for me, and I was trying to hold my eyes open. It was during this lull that I felt eyes watching me. Somehow, I knew someone was behind me. Probably just some kids, I thought to myself. I quickly turned around, but I saw what looked like a grown-up. I didn't see any kids with the person, and so, for some reason, I started to pick up my pace a bit. I turned around, and there was no longer anyone there. I brushed off the unease as I got closer to my sister and her friends, convincing myself it was just the imaginative spirit of the holiday playing tricks on me. Before I knew it, I'd slowed my pace down again, and even worse, I'd let my guard down. Out of the shadows to my right, between 2 streetlights and an alleyway, emerged a figure. The man, tall and menacing. He wore a dark cloak. His cold eyes filled with a predatory glare. It set off alarm bells in my head, even at 7 years old. I tried to turn away, to escape his gaze, but my body felt frozen, trapped like a fly in a web. Before I could react, he lunged forward, his hands aiming to grasp me, to drag me into the abyss of the alley, I'm sure. He'd managed a hand over my mouth just in time to silence my initial scream. His hand smelled like an ashtray, and it was suffocating how much stronger he was than me. Within only a few moments, I felt myself being dragged further away from the street, further away from my sister. I would start to slip from his grip, and he'd sort of hike me back up, grunting and making horrible noises, before getting his grip back and continuing his sprint. Panic surged through my veins, and through what I can only assume was pure adrenaline, I found the strength to break free from his clutches. I remember my costume jingling like crazy as I sprinted through the seemingly endless maze of alleyways and deserted streets. I'm not sure where I was looking, but I heard my name being called, and damn it if it wasn't coming from behind me, the one place I didn't want to look. Only it was my sister's voice. Apparently, I'd just sprinted past not only my sister, but her whole group of friends. They were still on the street, standing where the man had initially pulled me in. Shock, fear, I don't know what it was, but I screamed for them to get away from there. My sister approached me urgently, and when she got to me, she held a hand to her mouth, quickly to hide her expression. And through her hand, she asked if I was okay and what happened. By this time, I wasn't capable of forming words, only tears. She picked me up and carried me the rest of the way home. All of her friends followed. The only person I was willing to say anything to was my mom. And oh boy, I think my sister was kind of worried about that. That was the last year my sister was allowed to take me trick-or-treating. My parents weren't really punishing her so much as holding themselves accountable, I think. The real problem was the grown adult who was out there trying to snatch up children on Halloween night. I remember my mom being on the phone with the police. My parents were upset that it wasn't being taken more seriously. Probably just some kids playing a joke, ma'am. Even I knew this was no joke. When my mom would tell this story, she'd always get heated and mock the police with that line, just some kids playing a joke, wondering how many times they'd said that same line and how many times it was never just some dumb Halloween prank. I was in my early 20s house-sitting for my parents while they were on vacation in the Bahamas. I hadn't lived with them for a couple of years, but naturally, I made myself right at home. At the time, my parents were still the proud owners of our family dog, Buster. He was a German Shepherd lab mix who, in his heyday, which was long before this event, was quite the guard dog and a lovey boy. He was still a lovey boy at this point, but almost entirely blind and was starting to go deaf. No way my parents were going to kennel him. I wouldn't have allowed it even if they had considered it. Anyway, it was just me, Buster, and though he has no relevance to the story, I also had my bearded dragon Hank with me. Rest in peace to both those perfect boys, but on with the story. My parents' house isn't scary, not in the least, but things have happened there that are strange, and this falls into that bucket. I was comfortable being alone, and that night I'd lined up a series of scary movies to watch for the night. It was still early, and since I knew I'd be getting trick-or-treaters, I'd prepared to start with the lesser of the scary, so as to not make myself have a heart attack every 2 minutes. I turned down the lights, but not off, lit some candles, and started Gremlins. I was unintentionally and almost just subconsciously listening to the sounds around me and outside. The slightly muted sound of children's laughter and yelling, parents telling their kids to slow down. I could hear the movie starting, and therefore the sound inside became louder than outside. But then I heard something else, and it was more clear than any of those other sounds. "Dinner's ready," the voice said. Instantly, I jumped back up from the couch, and I did a 360. It was my mother's voice, unmistakably. Yet the words she spoke seemed distorted just a little. Oh, and she was in the Bahamas. "Dinner's ready," she called out again, a little quieter this time, and from behind me. I turn. As I do, I realize Buster was looking in the same direction as me. He then looked to me, and then back where he was originally looking. He heard it too. I know he did because then he stood up and started walking to the kitchen, like he would do any time my mom was in the kitchen, especially at dinner time. Her tone was familiar in that it was my mom's voice, yet it was all so confusing. It was like her voice had lost its warmth and was significantly dulled as it trailed off. Something was urging me to investigate, but what was I looking for? My mom was absolutely not here. Still, I walked around the living room, then the kitchen, and eventually I'd walked the entire house. Hank on my shoulder the whole time, but yeah, we found nothing. I was clearly still alone. Then, Standing in the hallway between my room and my parents' room, I hear something new. Her laugh. It's followed by her saying something I can't quite understand. It sounds just as close as her words did earlier, like her voice, but different somehow. I walked deeper into the dimly lit hallway, but I heard nothing. I tried to stay as quiet as possible, creeping slowly back to the living room, looking everywhere as I did. A sudden knock on the door startled me. Trick-or-treaters. Dressed in colorful costumes, several children had arrived seeking their candy. I hurriedly greeted the children with a smile, handing out their goods while trying to push away the eerie feeling that had enveloped me the last who knows how many minutes. I found myself just mindlessly giving aggressively large handfuls of candy to these kids, clearing the bowl. I decided it was time to turn the lights off and try to chill without the interruptions, hoping eventually I would just fall asleep. I knew I'd be okay, but I wanted the night to just sort of disappear. This wasn't the first time I'd experienced such an occurrence in that house, and I haven't been the only one. On 2 previous occasions, I heard this mimic, and one of those times, so did my dad. But Halloween seemed to be an amplified occurrence, multiple mimics. Maybe because the night was set up to be so artificially scary, I truly didn't expect something to happen that wasn't a manufactured scare. I decided to stop pacing around the house, and eventually, I actually started watching the movie. But all night, it was like I couldn't stop thinking about the voice. I kept recalling what had happened, even though I couldn't hear it anymore. I'd look over at Buster, and he'd be looking towards the kitchen, then back over at me. What was he seeing, or hearing, feeling? I really wish I could have asked him. That night, I had a dream that my mother walked through the front door, a smile pasted across her face. She turned away from me and towards the kitchen. Then she started speaking. I don't even remember what she said, but it felt so real, like I was experiencing a past moment. It was so strange, but it felt like I was in middle school. I could almost recall the moment, as though it was real. No idea what any of this means. My mom was alive during all of this, and still is to this day. So, what's her voice and essence doing lingering around that house? Or is it not hers? Last Halloween was my senior year of high school, and my friends wanted to do something special. We went to a haunted house, a corn maze, and a hayride before finishing the night off with an escape room. But that last part is where things went wrong. We didn't actually know about the escape room until we were leaving the hayride. On the walk back to the parking lot, we ended up talking to one of the other customers, and he asked if we'd heard about it. He said other people had been talking about it all night and seemed fairly impressed. It was set up in a warehouse just outside of town, but it was so dark that when we got there, we almost kept driving. But then a man with a glow stick waved us in. He said that they just started closing but didn't mind staying open for one more group. It was just after 11:30, so that seemed like a pretty reasonable story. We were led into the warehouse, where a woman with a cash box took our $15 cover charges, and then we were led through a small waiting area. As we entered the actual escape room, he said the door that we came through would be barred. To get out, we had to find the key that would open the door on the opposite side. Once the 4 of us were shut in, the lights dimmed considerably, and we quickly realized all of the decorations were extremely cheap. Like worse than what you would see at a first grader's Halloween party. The door we were meant to exit had been held shut with a padlock, so the search for the key began. The large space was filled with shelves, tackle boxes, tool chests, and filing cabinets. Many of them also required keys to open, and we moved those to one location. After several minutes of intense searching, we had a handful of keys and nothing else. There were no riddles, no codes, no pictures, just hundreds of keys and half as many locks. To say we were disappointed is an understatement. We all took a handful of keys and started trying them everywhere. Once certain they were duds, we threw them into a discard pile and moved on to the next. Occasionally, we would get something open only to find another key ring inside. After 30 minutes of this, we were pretty much over it. We banged on both of the doors saying we forfeited, but no one came to let us out. Next, we tried to find a number for the place online, but all of our phones said no service. We couldn't even get a text to send. The girls became frightened, which made Jared and I feel the need to act tough. We threatened to break down the door if someone didn't let us out, and then we actually tried, but all we did was hurt our shoulders. My girlfriend suggested it was a trap, and I tried to convince her that it was all part of the experience, an extra thrill designed to compensate for the lack of atmosphere, but I didn't believe it. We really had no choice but to keep playing or waiting until someone found us, and we didn't know how long that would take. For the next 3 hours, we painstakingly tried every key and every lock until we found one that opened a filing cabinet, which contained a small, locked chest. After another hour, we found one that opened the chest. Inside was a wooden puzzle box. I'd seen a few on YouTube and knew how they worked, but we were long out of patience by that point. A quick shake told us there was definitely something inside that sounded like a key, and that's all I needed to know. I threw the cheap box onto the ground and stomped it into splinters. A single red object lay among the remnants, our key to freedom. My hands shook as I placed it into the door's padlock and felt the satisfying click of its release. We yanked it open to almost total darkness outside. The only light source came from the stars shining through the warehouse's high windows. We had to use our flashlights to find our way back to the front and outside. The girls didn't want to come at first. They thought that people were waiting to attack in the darkness, but I didn't understand why they would have waited so long if that was the goal. I had a different paranoia in mind, and I was anxious to prove myself wrong. Unfortunately, my theory turned out to be correct. 3 of us had phones to provide extra light, so we made it to the parking lot without wasting too much extra time. But our car, along with the girls' purses, my laptop, Jared's wallet, and a fair amount of other stuff, was gone. That's about the time all of our phones began blowing up with missed calls and texts, all except for Liv, who had left her phone charging in the car. We called the police and then our families. Everyone showed up within a few minutes of each other, and we explained the whole story. Apparently, the same thing had happened to other groups of kids in other states over the previous years. They had all been out just like we were, and around midnight or later, someone randomly told them about a new escape room. It looked closed when each party arrived, and then a man suddenly offered to stay open a little longer if they wanted to stay. The guy's description matched the same person we saw. So please, if you're out making the rounds this year and someone recommends a new escape room you didn't know about, just skip it. Years ago, I lived in a small southwest middle-of-nowhere town. Senior year of high school, one of my friends had been dating a boy that attended the local university. They'd been together since before he graduated our high school the year prior. His fraternity was throwing a Halloween house party, and we were invited. Quick, in an effort not to get confusing, Zoe and Sarah are my friends. Zoe is dating the frat boy, Anton. Okay. Halloween falls on a Saturday that year, so Sarah, Zoe, and we've spent all day together, finding some revealing costumes, doing our hair and makeup in the bathroom mirrors for hours. And at that moment in time, I can say that it was all in hopes to catch the attention of a popular Phi Zeta Kappa boy. Our hopes fell short on arrival, as it looked like the party had already been raging for hours. The sun hadn't even set yet when we pulled up. The house was packed with drunk college kids. the volume of talking only in competition with the music playing from speakers strategically placed around the house. Stepping through the doorway, it felt like I entered another world, populated with creatures speaking with a sloppy, mashed dialect, resembling English, but far too unintelligible for meaning to be derived. Zoe takes the lead and starts pushing her way through the crowd, looking for Anton. As fate were to have it, it doesn't take long to spot him. Just above the heads of the faceless crowd, 2 hairy legs are hoisted above the masses. Someone is taking a keg stand in the kitchen, and we immediately recognize the beat-up Converse brushing against the ceiling. A few more solid shoves, and we break our way through the traffic of bodies into the kitchen area. Just as we do, Anton is sucking on the keg spout as 2 of his friends hold his legs and cheer him on. When Anton gets down, he stumbles over and hugs onto Zoe. And then, like clockwork, he throws up down her back. As the warm liquid splashes in her hair and on the floor behind her, I can see Zoe's eyes fill up with tears. 2 of Anton's friends help them down to the washroom downstairs. Zoe locks the 2 of them in there, and she spends the rest of the night trying to clean Anton in the shower and clean herself. Now, it's just Sarah and I in this chaotic atmosphere of strangers. Sarah's a good extrovert to have around, though. She didn't let Anton's party foul delegate the evening. Immediately, she starts chatting up these 2 handsome but very intoxicated guys. They offer us some mixed drinks. Sarah sips on hers, but as I'm about to put the straw in my mouth, a big, shirtless guy, he snatches the drink out of my hand and he downs it, and just as he finishes, he does a big Ric Flair woo. The 2 guys we were talking to get pissed and start yelling at this guy. It totally killed the vibe, watching these 2 men revert to cavemen as they puffed their chest and shouted at this guy. I decided to excuse myself to the restroom. Since Zoe and Anton are occupying the downstairs bathroom, I had to walk up to the 2nd floor. At the top of the stairs, I could see the upstairs was pretty empty. The upstairs is pretty much just a long hallway with 2 bedrooms and a bathroom. At the end of the hallway is the bathroom. The door was open and the light is on. A green light for me to hightail it in there for a moment away from the party beneath. I walk in, and I'm nearly startled off of my feet. Just standing in there, looking down at the floor, I see the same guy who had stolen my drink minutes before. He looks up at me, confused, and he says something like,
"What just happened?"
I'm like, "Oops, sorry," and I slam the door shut. I'm still stone cold sober, and now a bit terrified that this guy made it up the stairs and past me without detection. Seconds before I started walking upstairs, he was getting shoved around by 2 guys in the kitchen. This is where all of these years later, I still don't know how to concisely explain the next events that followed. So, big guys in the upstairs bathroom. I turn and I walk downstairs, and people are filing out of the house like rats in a drain. Looking off the stair banister, I can see into the kitchen. A group of people are standing, clustered in a circle. Making my way back in past the dwindling crowd, I see that the small cluster of people are circled around a body lying motionless on the floor. Upon closer inspection, I realize that it's the big guy on the ground. I'm in disbelief. I spin around and I run back up the stairs. I open the bathroom door. It's now empty. I run back downstairs, and the few people still in the house are still around the body. Minutes later, paramedics file in and they can't resuscitate him. He's thrown onto a gurney and wheeled out to an ambulance. The house becomes quiet, and the ones still there begin to start slowly picking up cups and streamers. The shock of it all threw us into some strange autopilot. and we all began to clean the house. I go downstairs to check on Zoe and Anton. They've fallen asleep in a pile of towels on the washroom floor together. Then, I realize I haven't seen Sarah in the midst of all this. I comb through the house with no luck. I end up going outside and I find her sleeping in her car. The doors are locked and I have to pound on the window to wake her up. I hadn't drank that night, so I ended up driving us both home. The next day, we went back to Zoe and we found out what really happened to the big guy. Apparently, and this was originally from Big Guy's little brother's friends, but apparently, he had died from a toxic overdose of GHB. The two gentlemen attempting to feed us drinks, they'd also tried to spike our drinks, but they were obviously too drunk and dosed the cups with far too much. Sarah said when she lost track of me, she started to feel really woozy, so she went outside and locked herself in the car. Luckily, she'd only taken the one drink before the whole scene abrupted. It was a very smart move on her part, going to the car. I don't want to imagine what would have happened if she stayed there, or worse, finished her drink. Technically, we, or at least I, owe my life to that big guy, the one who stole my drink. I hope in the afterlife he knows how grateful I am. I was told that I could use just about anything to connect with the other side, that it didn't have to be a Ouija board. I was also told that you shouldn't do any of this unless you're damn sure you know what you're doing. My mother and grandmother told me this, so I was inclined to heed their warnings. There was never a time when I wanted to connect with the other side until my best friend's cousin died. At first, I was opposed to the idea of connecting to the other side. I could hear my family's warnings radiating in my ears. I was by no means damn sure what I was doing, but Tara was my best friend, and she was grieving. She was going to try with or without me, and for some reason, I thought it would be safer with me. She had made her own board, and I was a little shocked to see she put it together so quickly, but I wasn't surprised. I asked her when she did it. She said she'd been working on it before her cousin died, but she finished it the weekend of the funeral. She's my best friend, yet I had no idea she was working on that thing, which is probably because she knew how wary I was around them. I didn't only believe in their power, I feared it. I know you're scared, she said, but I've done a lot of research and I know we're going to be okay. She didn't so much convince me as I couldn't say no. So, when do you want to do this? I asked. Halloween. Oh God. Well, I'm committed now. Why Halloween? Do you think it raises your chances of reaching your cousin? Because it actually raises your chances of meeting anything, including things you really don't want to meet. But Tara was sure Halloween was best. Halloween night arrived and I made my way to Tara's house. I brought various protection crystals, even though I knew damn well they couldn't actually protect me against anything inherently evil. We were basically about to open a door to anything and everything, while just hoping for the best. I had a few rules of my own, and since I had never actually done this before, I was going to follow those rules, because they came from people with actual experience. When I got to Tara's, she'd already set up her room to look like something straight out of The Craft. The only light came from candles, and black sheets covered her curtains. She also, to my surprise, had a small Sony hand recorder. Apparently, she planned to record this session. There was a small pile of things sitting next to her, and the board was in the middle of a circle she'd created with various sized candles. The pile included a folded sweatshirt, keychain, some random jewelry, and one of those mini troll dolls with the fuzzy hair. And there was a photograph of Tara's cousin, Ari. Before we started, I told Tara to try to clear her mind as much as possible. that she needed to only be thinking about Ari and their connection. You need to think about any and all things Ari, and I'm going to do the same. She nodded her head, and I paused. Also, we don't want to communicate with anyone or anything else, right? If anything except Ari comes through, we say no thank you and move on, right? I looked at Tara for reassurance. Right, she agreed. Originally, I had planned to start, but we both agreed that Tara should be the one. She began by simply asking, Ari, it's Tara and Kat. Are you here? Both our palms were sweating, and the planchette felt slippery beneath our fingertips. But it wasn't just because of our sweat. The planchette was actually moving. Tara and I made eye contact the moment it happened, and my heart rate instantly increased. I couldn't believe something was happening, and I wasn't sure what to do next. The board navigated toward the letters I and then T. We have to try to remember these letters. We don't have anything to write with, I said. Then S, followed by M and E. It's me. Tara was instantly emotional, but she didn't take her hand off the planchette. She just wiped her tears with one hand and looked at me for confirmation. Did I think it was her? How could I be sure? All I knew was it didn't feel like her. It didn't feel familiar. I shook my head. No. But then the planchette started moving again. We hadn't asked the board anything else, but it was spelling something. Can I come in? I was almost ready to take my hand off the planchette because those are exactly the words you don't want to hear when using a spirit board or trying to connect with the other side. No, you cannot, I say aloud before Tara can say anything. I tell her we don't want that, and she hesitantly agrees but continues. Ari, can you just give me a sign that you're here? She grabbed a necklace from the pile next to her and started talking about the story behind it. That was the first time I learned Ari and Tara were raised together until age 8, when they had to move away from each other. That's when Ari's mom got custody of her again. Tara's mom had these silver heart friendship necklaces made for them, half for Tara, half for Ari. Tara was holding both halves in her hand and full on crying, but she kept her fingertips on the planchette. I too had tears in my eyes, which was a bummer because sad tears make my eyes burn, but not being able to wipe them away made it almost impossible to see what was going on. Ari, if you're here, just... Tara's cut off mid-sentence, but I didn't immediately understand why. Holy shit, Tara says quietly, almost a whisper. What? Did something happen? I didn't feel anything move. I am fervently wiping the tears away from my eyes best I can. The troll doll, it moved. Silence, then movement. The board had something to say, and it took a while. The first part was, can't stay, followed by, love you, T. Silence. To me, it felt like whatever was occupying the space was now gone. Whatever connection that we'd made was temporary and was over. I looked at Tara, waiting for her to respond, and after a couple of minutes, she looked up at me and said, Okay, let's say goodbye. The rest of the night, Tara was just buzzing. It was nice. I hadn't seen her like that since before Ari died. We stayed up all night watching horror movies and almost forgot about the recording entirely. It had continued recording long after we'd left the room. As we got ready for bed, we huddled around the recorder to listen. Throughout the session, there doesn't appear to be anything unusual captured until we get to where the troll moves. Just as Tara is cut off, a voice can be heard saying, "How about this?" really quickly. It took us a long time to discern what the voice was saying, but we are 99% sure that's what it was. and Tara believed it was Ari's voice. Truthfully, I'm not entirely sure what we connected with that night. I do know that Tara received some genuine closure from the whole thing, and I was kind of amazed to experience anything at all. Though I do stand by my rules when using a Ouija board, and I don't think that they're a toy. I also believe that they can be a valuable tool if used with positive intentions and good practices. I'm definitely not encouraging anyone to pick up a board, but my personal experience showed me that positive things can come from making contact. And even though we are opening a door to just about anything, we do wield some control in that power. We don't have to engage with things we don't want to engage with. Just some food for thought. Happy Halloween, and thanks for reading. This is my first time venturing online to share a painful story. I've lived a pretty sheltered life, but this Halloween season has stolen my innocence and every ounce of faith I once held in humanity. My son, Austin, is almost 6 this year, and he's been really excited about trick-or-treating. He's going as Woody, but his father also got him a little ghost face costume, and that's what he wanted to wear to his school's Halloween party in the park. I was one of maybe a dozen chaperones watching over nearly 50 screaming children, but I was keeping the majority of my attention on my own son. Maybe that sounds awful, but that's just how it works. It's impossible not to notice your own kid more, but even so, I still failed as a mother. Finally, the day was winding down and parents came to pick up their own astronauts and goblins until there was only a handful of us left. Austin was still particularly hyper, trying to scare me every time I turned around. I kept telling him to stop, but not in a way that I really expected him to listen. I was just trying to get everything squared away. Then he actually said something. I don't even remember what, and I realized, that's not Austin. I ripped the mask off from this new kid's face to see one of the other chaperone's children. I thought the boys traded costumes to play a swapping places prank, but Aaron, the other kid, said he hadn't seen Austin since earlier in the day. When asked why he was wearing my son's costume, he adamantly insisted it was his. Well, I've been stitching Austin's name into everything he owns since his second week in school, so that cleared up any confusion real fast. But then Aaron's mom began to get angry. She was just as ready to leave as I was. She told her son to go get Austin in a way that left no room for argument, and the boy crumbled into tears. He really didn't know where Austin was. A man gave him the costume and told him that he could keep it if he was able to scare me while wearing it. The sickening truth immediately sank in, and all of time, my entire world, came to a sudden screeching halt. We called the police. They came within minutes, but the wait felt like an eternity. We couldn't even tell how long Austin had been missing. I still feel like the worst mother in the world. We were incredibly lucky, all things considered. Thanks to Ring doorbell footage from the neighborhood, the police were actually able to find Austin within the hour. But the bastard who took him had him for several hours before we called the police. I still can't talk about it in any greater detail than this. That may come with years of family therapy, or maybe not. I just know that I have an overwhelming compulsion to share my story and warn other parents, please, if your child's wearing a costume that covers their face, just take a little extra precaution. I'm a 37-year-old female from South Dakota, and I've lived in the same house with my family for 7 years now. My partner and I are both accountants. We make a decent living, but we also have 3 kids, so extra money isn't really a thing. Plus our oldest, she's 13, has a heart condition that has required several surgeries during the course of her life. Before moving into our current home, we lived in a small 2-bed, 1-bath duplex, and our neighbors were all the worst cliches. They were constantly fighting, playing loud music, having parties, or, my favorite, locking their dog in the bathroom and letting it bark all night. We already wanted to move, we just couldn't afford the privilege. But then my youngest was born, and our previously cramped space was now absolutely impossible to navigate. We had no choice but to find somewhere else, even if that meant moving further away from the city. And to cut an irrelevant part of the story short, our realtor eventually asked if we believed in ghosts. Honestly, no, not even a little. My partner and I were both huge skeptics. Notice I said were. I went so far as to say something along the lines of, why? Do you have the perfect 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom just sitting around the corner, but no one will buy it because of the terrible things that happened inside? I really was only joking, but then his expression morphed into one of nausea and surprise. It was actually a 4-bedroom, 2.5-bath, and it was still 40 miles outside of the city. But it was well within our price range, and that was the kind of luxury worth sacrificing a little drive time for. The house had sat empty for so long that our realtor asked us to wait a few days while he got the utilities turned on. There were a few cosmetic issues, but everything else was in great condition. It passed inspection with flying colors. Everything else, down to the golden plumbing fixtures, was absolutely hideous, but we remodeled bit by bit over the years. Anyway, you're probably wondering what atrocities happened in the house to make it so cheap in the first place. In the 60s, a couple lived here with their grown son, Anthony. Anthony suffered from some kind of mental illness, but no one could be sure which one. Many have said that he was never officially diagnosed, just clearly disturbed, and most agreed that he often experienced paranoid delusions. One Halloween, some other family members stopped by as they were passing through town. They were on a vacation but wanted to take the kids trick-or-treating. It was another couple with 2 young boys, and they ended up staying the night. At some point, Anthony woke up to the sound of movement downstairs and thought it was an intruder. He retrieved one of his father's hunting rifles from the gun cabinet and went down to protect the family. The 2 children had gotten out of bed. Maybe they wanted a glass of water, maybe they were looking for a restroom, or maybe they were just kids getting into mischief. Probably the latter. Regardless of the reason, they both perished on the kitchen floor. Anthony and the children's parents rushed downstairs at roughly the same time, and the weapon was fired once more. But thankfully, no one else was injured. Anthony was sent to an asylum where he ended his own life a few years later, but several of the previous owners have claimed to see an apparition fitting his description. A handful of people have lived in the house since, but they all moved out within 2 or 3 years until it finally just didn't sell again. It was March when we moved in, and our whole family instantly fell in love. We bonded over decorating our new spaces and laughed at the fools who missed out on the deal of a lifetime because of silly superstitions. For 7 months, nothing remotely out of the ordinary happened, but the second October rolled around. It was like we were thrown into an entirely different universe. Doors suddenly started slamming shut by themselves. Footsteps sounded above our heads when no one was up there, and sometimes, but not as often, we'll hear a little boy crying. When my youngest was smaller, I used to confuse it for him, but now when it happens, I know it's just the ghost. Nothing strange has ever happened outside of October. All year long, our home is like a paradise, but from October 1st through October 31st, it's a pure hell house. Halloween is always the worst, too. I don't know if it's because it's also the anniversary of the children's deaths, or if it's just because it's Halloween. I don't really care to find out anymore either. My partner and I used to let the kids stay with friends that one night while we toughed it out. But that came to an end 3 years ago, when I almost broke my leg in the shower. My eyes were closed as I stood beneath the faucet, rinsing off the last of the soap. When I opened them, I saw the shadow of a very large man on the outside of the curtain. I yanked it back so hard that I fell over, nearly snapping my leg the way I landed. The curtain fell with me to reveal an empty bathroom. No one was there. Not really. After collecting myself for a few moments, I finally regained enough control to stand, but as I rushed to leave, I noticed a large handprint on the mirror, twice the size of my own, and it looked as if someone had pressed their hand against the glass and dragged it all the way down. I instinctively began wiping it away with my towel, and as my hand raced back and forth, I caught a glimpse of a large, hairy man standing right behind me. His expression was wild and menacing, but just like that, he was gone again. Ever since that incident, we've spent our Halloweens in a hotel. There's also a dozen examples of small things going missing only to turn up in strange places, but I figure that's the kind of stuff you guys hear all the time. The volume on the TVs and the music randomly going up and down, and there's been occasions that they shut off entirely. My partner and I haven't had many nightmares, but my youngest had dreamed of playing with 2 other little boys in our house. Thankfully, the shower thing was by far the worst any of us have experienced, and I'm just grateful it happened with me instead of the kids. But I would love to know, has anyone else experienced these kinds of anniversary hauntings? Everything is just so normal the rest of the time that it's hard to believe it's the same house. My dad was granted custody of me over my mom when I was in 2nd grade after she was involved in a DUI accident. She was at fault and was required to serve a 2-year sentence, so for at least 2 years I'd be living with my dad full-time in New Hampshire. This was upsetting in itself, but the worst came before I even moved there. My dad would make me give my dog to the shelter. His new girlfriend, Monique, didn't like dogs. And just like that, my dog, Frankie, was gone. That dog was my best friend. Elementary school wasn't easy, but Frankie would always be there waiting for me to get off the bus and cheer me up. When I'd cry in my room from the trivial adolescent challenges life threw at me, Frankie would lay in my room with me. He wouldn't beg for pets or attention. He'd just lay with me. He was everything a lonely little girl needed, and will always be the goodest boy I ever had. Goes without saying, I didn't have a great first impression of Monique, and it only got worse. At my dad's house, my new room was Monique's extra bedroom with her extra closet, so her resentment for me only began there. Maybe it was because I was a reminder that my dad had a life before theirs. Maybe she just plain disdained children. Whatever it was, Monique hated my presence there. She was nasty, and would always try to get my dad to side with her over me, even with the little things like dinner. If I wanted Italian, she wanted Mexican. If I wanted Mexican, she wanted pizza. Then the bigger things like guilt-tripping my dad about spending time with me on my birthday, which happens to be the day before Valentine's Day, not Valentine's Day. She spoiled the evening with her complaining, and eventually we left the arcade. Picked up some random food on the way home, and I was told to essentially go to my room. The thing is, this wasn't the first time that she did this. It was every time I spent time with my dad. This one just really sucked because it was my birthday. Although I could most certainly let this run into a rant about how Monique was just terrible, I will keep it short by wrapping her up in 3 words: selfish, petty, insensitive. As far from a mother figure as you could be, she made sure that I knew that she wasn't my mother, and she didn't want anything to do with being my parent. When my dad was around, it was, "Oh, you know I'm just no good with kids, babe," or something along those lines. All while she was sitting there reminding me of that dog I had, asking whatever happened to it. That one hurt. Sleeping one night, movement under my bed would wake me up. No, I was awake, laying with my eyes staring at the ceiling. I laid there until I felt the bed slowly lift and drop from the foot of the bed to the head like a wave. When I felt the mass directly underneath me, I couldn't help but scramble out of bed and run out of the room, down the stairs and into the living room. They were watching a movie when I interrupted in a terrified leap through the hallway door. Monique spilled the bowl of popcorn, reacting to the burst of noise. My dad's telling me to calm down as Monique's screaming that I almost gave her a heart attack. I try to tell them how it felt like something was crawling beneath me. I try to tell them about my bed moving. But Monique tells me I had a nightmare and need to stop being a brat. She called me a brat, and my dad didn't defend me. I ran back upstairs before anyone could see the tears welling up in my eyes. Back in my room, I figured I'd rather be eaten by whatever's crawling under my bed than see the upturned lip of Monique's grossed-out face looking at me. Unfortunately, her disbelief didn't make it any less real for me. I decided this was real, and so the next incident happened soon after. Monique walks into the kitchen one night, and when she turns on the light, she sees that all the cupboard doors have been opened. Not one was missed. This makes her storm into my room and start yelling at me, accusing me that I did all of it. But I was sleeping. Finally, my dad walked into the room and told Monique to lay off. He escorts her out of the room while she proceeds to spew audacious comments at me. It was hard to fall back asleep after that. The sudden jolt got my adrenaline going, and I could still hear them continuing to quietly fight in their bedroom. Monique's birthday was about 2 months after I moved in. She told me that I was the early birthday present she didn't ask for. What she really wanted for her special day was a real gold Rolex. My dad made decent money working at his job, but not gold Rolex money. But apparently the man saved and saved, or opened up another credit card because, lo and behold, Monique got a real gold Rolex for her birthday. That item alone brought a slew of problems. She would blame me every time the watch would get misplaced, never missing. She would take it off to take a shower, and it wouldn't be in the bathroom when she got out. Instead, it would be on the floor just outside the door, or sitting on the bed. Their fighting would steadily escalate, and as their tensions grew, so did the energy in the house. Monique started to believe the happenings to be evil spirits, but still found a way to blame it on me, saying these evil things weren't happening before I moved in. It all came to a head on Halloween night. My dad took me to go trick-or-treating early, sun still shining, right after school. He said it was to get the good houses with the big candy bars first, before the other trick-or-treaters do. I didn't complain, but I felt silly knocking on doors just as people were getting off of work and plugging in their decorations. When we got back home, Monique was all done up. Her and my dad were going to a work party after trick-or-treating. They were practically out the door before I got out of my costume. After they left, I gave candy to trick-or-treaters as they'd show up. Eventually, I started eating the candy and decided to turn off the lights and watch some Are You Afraid of the Dark as I dozed off on the couch. When I was woken up again, it was by Monique and my dad getting home. My dad drove and he was exhausted, walking straight back to the bedroom. Monique was still drunk and wanted to continue the party for a little longer. After I was told to go to bed, I heard the TV turn back on and a late-night talk show fill up the quiet living room. Soon, though, Monique's snoring would be louder than the TV. And that's when it all went south. While I thought Monique was fully asleep, I crept out of my bed and tiptoed into the kitchen. I'd gotten very good at moving around like a ninja, but Monique pulled some adult reverse psychology. She was awake the whole time, fake snoring and all. Right when I crawled on the countertop and started opening a cupboard, I hear Monique shout, "I caught you, you little bitch." It made me jump, and by the time I'm reaching, she's already in the kitchen grabbing my legs and dragging me off the counter, tossing me to the ground. The landing knocks the wind out of me. Monique stands over me and starts calling me all of the names in the book. I must have hit the floor with a thud loud enough to wake my dad up, because before I knew it, he was in the kitchen, pulling Monique off of me. She was too drunk to clearly retell what had just happened. She also caught me before the other cupboards were opened. When the wind got back into my lungs, I started screaming and crying that I was just getting a glass of water. Monique was seeing so much red. All she could do was call me a liar and try to come after me again. That's when my dad had enough. He grabbed her, told her to grab her shit. Then he called a taxi that she had to wait for outside. And that was the last time I ever saw Monique. Thing is, Monique was right about everything. It was me doing all of the stuff around the house, faking the monster under my bed, misplacing her watch, opening the cupboards. All me, 100%. Still, 42 years later, I've never had the urge to seek revenge like I did on that woman. I'm not proud of what transpired, but Monique and I were never going to get along. I just pushed the hands of our clock to the inevitable ending that we would share together. Hey, so my friend Dallas just told me this weird story about a party that she went to last night. She made me promise not to tell, so shh, but I'm gonna tell you. Just change her name to a city or something. Okay, so this morning, my phone had a bunch of missed calls and texts from Dallas asking if I was at Donnie's or if I was at home and if she could come over. The house party she was at was apparently a couple blocks down from my apartment, like on Clinton by the 7-Eleven. I'm reading through these messages and they're getting progressively more unsettling as I go. Then her last message said that she's running to my apartment. Please be home. These were all sent around 3 a.m. last night, the last one being 3:42. But I got these messages after 9 a.m. when my phone turned back on while driving home from Donnie's. I'm like, oh shit, did this bitch get her ass murdered last night? Like, what's going on, you know? So I'm calling her over and over on the freeway, but it goes straight to voicemail every time. Then I get to my apartment, and I find her fast asleep on my welcome mat, still in her cupcake costume. I'm shocked that none of my neighbors have called the cops or checked to see if she was alive by the time I got there. She had sticks and leaves and shit all up in her hair, and she was all sprawled out like a dead body up against my door. Like, I thought that's what I was walking up on. I kicked the bottom of her heel and was like, Dallas? Boom. She fucking wakes up and scrambles to her feet with this crazy look on her face. I'm like, holy shit, girl, what happened? Dallas starts bawling and hugs me. We're out in the hallway for a little bit, just hugging as she sobbed. After she let go, I let us into the apartment. Dallas walks to the love seat and crashes down on it. I again say, girl, what happened last night? She says some really creepy kids showed up at the party last night with all black eyes. I asked if it was a costume, and she was like, no, they weren't wearing costumes. They looked to be about 12 or 13. She'd seen someone let them in and was standing next to the owner of the house. So they both saw these kids, way too young to be at this party, come inside. Then they all separate and walk in different directions through the small crowd of people. The owner's like, what the fuck, and walks over to the guy who let them in. He tells him one of the kids said that their mom was inside, asking if they could go look for her. Homeowner doesn't believe the story, and Dallas watches him beeline it to the closest one that he can catch. When he gets to the kid, he spins her around by the shoulder. But as he's interrogating her, his nose starts to leak like a faucet, so much that the guy had to plug it with his t-shirt and run to the bathroom. The girl he'd stopped then turns and looks directly at Dallas. Then she says the light bulb above her head popped, sending glass down onto her and the people around her. Yeah, multiple light bulbs all exploded over her head at the same time. Nobody around her was paying attention to what was going on, and they were all equally shocked when they got showered in glass. Dallas said these kids were evil, like biblical evil. She's saying that it felt like the little girl was trying to pull her soul out. So that's when Dallas went into the backyard and started texting me. Apparently the girl followed her out there, and when Dallas saw her, she freaked out and ran back inside the house. She said when she went back inside, the vibe of the house had completely changed. The music was off and people were just wandering around, not talking to each other. That's when something in her stomach told her to run. So she did. When her phone died, she just waited outside my door until I got home. No, yeah, this all just happened. She literally just left my place. Fucking weird, right? It was quite a beautiful night when all of this happened. I'd been working at a hostel in Arkansas, and I'd met a German national named Amelia. We became a thing rather quickly and spent our nights searching and exploring the city streets and enjoying the lamplights in their orange glow. Laughing, joking, kissing, hugging, all that sort of stuff. It was in October, a few nights before Halloween, and we were on one of our typical nightly escapades. I remember that the moon was bright. I can't recall if it was full or not, but I know that it was lit enough for us to witness all of our surroundings. There was this spot called Foster Pond, and her and I frequented a specific bench that seemed to never be occupied, almost as if it was only for us. Her and I sat there, gazing up at the stars, listening to the trickles of pond water, enjoying the scenery of the town around us. We felt untouched and unburdened. She and I had made plans to visit Germany next year and celebrate Oktoberfest together. It was an innocent time, really. After a while, Amelia leaned her head back more and stared up towards the constellations, and I fixated my eyes out toward the pond and the area that enveloped it. At first, it was just movement, motion, a lone figure walking down the path. Not unusual at midnight in this particular part of town. However, something grabbed at me in my slim-to-nothing attention span about this particular wayward walker. The walk was deliberate, methodical, angry, and fast. The first impression I had was that this dude really had something going on. Perhaps it was a Halloween party, or perhaps he had just been relieved from work and just wanted to get home. Something about the gait really got my attention, and I could not stop fixating on this man, just charging through the park in a mad dashery sort of way. Within a few seconds, I realized why I was so fixated on the guy. It was what he had in his right hand. It was a hatchet. Definitely a hatchet. Now, my first thought was, cool, Halloween costume, hatchet-wielding psycho. Well done, sir, well done. But another few seconds passed by, and I thought to myself, maybe not. Upon further inspection, it appeared as if he wasn't really in a costume, and it did not seem to be a mere prop. To be clad in nothing but shorts and a hoodie whilst wielding a hatchet would not be an inappropriate Halloween costume. I had to remind myself it wasn't quite Halloween yet, though. In fact, it was 2 days away. This was no costume, and that hatchet was not a prop. It dawned on me in the dark that this was straight up a dude walking across the park with a hatchet and coming straight to Amelia and I. At the moment, I wasn't quite sure as to what to do, but I figured it would be best to do something like get the hell out of there. I turned to Amelia and I whispered, "Hey, don't worry about it, and please don't ask any questions yet, but just get up and let's go. Let's go back to the hostel, now-ish." Okay, she said. Fortunately for me, she didn't ask any questions or present any disagreements. She stood up off the bench and I put my arm around her. We walked towards the hostel while I said, "Nothing's wrong. Keep it cool." I wanted her and I to walk as if we didn't have a care in the world, as if nothing were wrong. Okay, she repeated over and over, as I felt myself nervously picking up the pace while trying to seem chill and nonplussed. We got to the door of the hostel, and I opened the door and made sure that she went in first, and I followed. Then I locked the door behind me, tight. I peered out into the darkness, out by the pond. "What is it?" Amelia asked. She knew something was up by now. "What's wrong?" Feeling safer behind locked doors, I felt a responsibility to inform her of the situation. but I did not want to freak her out. For all I knew, I was the only person who was freaked out, but still. "There's some guy out there with an axe," I said. "A what?" Amelia asked. "Just look," I said. "Just wait." Sure enough, the man with the hatchet came right up to the bench where Amelia and I had been sitting. He looked left, he looked right, up, down, past him, behind him, in front, all over. He even looked down on the ground and scoured the place. Then, this figure emitted the most terrifying scream I'd ever heard escape a human body before. It was filled with torment, anguish, frustration. Behind closed, locked doors, the scream was loud enough to give me goosebumps. "The hell?" Amelia asked. After shaking his arms at the stars and sky as if the gods had wronged him, the figure with the hatchet sunk his hooded head down low and began to walk off back towards whence he came. We were safe, presumably. After reading the newspapers and talking to a few neighbors the day after, no information came. Nobody had known anything about this strange, solitary figure who paraded Foster Pond with a hatchet. I pray it was an isolated incident. Amelia and I never went to that pond after dark again. I'm still young, a mere 26 years old. I wouldn't describe this as a life-ruining decision, but it did change the course of my life, for better or for worse. Senior year of high school, I'd managed to receive a volleyball scholarship to Albright College in Pennsylvania. I committed there junior year when a scout came out to one of our games. I may have let this go to my head a little bit, and my carefree attitude peaked in 12th grade. Halloween night, me and my friends had dressed like Charlie's Angels, and might I add, we looked awesome. I have auburn hair, so I was Drew Barrymore's character. My friend Tiff had bright blonde hair, and Lindsay went all out by dyeing her hair black. We also found matching rompers at Forever 21. Let's just say we looked pretty hot. Halloween was on a Friday that night. Our plan was to attend a party being held at our friend's house. Her name was Bora. Her family immigrated here from Albania at the end of our sophomore year. Her parents owned a restaurant in town. They were never home, and we had free rein to do whatever we wanted at her house. Mom and Dad had very different impressions of their daughter and the company that she surrounded herself with. None of our parents really knew the debauchery us girls would engage in. We got good grades, barely good enough to be eligible to stay on the team and for me to continue holding my scholarship, but good grades. But on the weekends, we would frequently engage in extracurricular activities, and Halloween was the perfect excuse to go all out. Lindsay had a prescription to Adderall, and the night would start with us crushing 3 lines and snorting them, off of Tiffany's English book, of course. We were walking to the party. Bora lived in the next neighborhood down the lane from Tiff. It was a walk that we'd made a million times before. The trip takes less than 15 minutes, give or take, depending on what path of intersecting cul-de-sacs you'd take. At the beginning of our walk, Tiff leads us towards the street that's essentially the longest route there. Me and Lindsay are like, no, let's go the usual way. But Tiff begs us, and her emotional investment to the directional options made us sympathetic to her groveling. A few feet down the sidewalk, I noticed the streetlights are super spread apart, like bright spot, long stretch of pitch black, bright spot, long stretch of pitch black, so on and so forth. Then a spark of a Bic lighter indicated the idea that Tiff had. The houses that met the sidewalk were more like mansions. They were few and far between. Big 100-year-old houses, huge front yards with long driveway ending with iron gates. Some of the houses you couldn't even see from the road. 0 trick-or-treaters. Driveways were far too long for anyone to begin to endeavor. Very few of them even had decorations to entice trick-or-treaters. The ones that did simply had pumpkins in front of their gates. Even fewer pumpkins were actually carved. Tiff passed the joint to me and says, "Watch this." Me and Lindsay stop while she walks up to one of the iron gates and grabs a carved pumpkin. She turns around and smashes it on the ground like a DK barrel. We're like, holy shit, why? She replies by saying a speech like, listen, bitches, this might be our last Halloween together, but we're going to make some memories. Her call to arms inspires Lindsay, and after a couple of minutes of walking, we come across another carved pumpkin. This time, I watch as Lindsay runs over to it. She screams, "For the girls," then plants a soccer ball kick through the smiling face that someone had previously made on this pumpkin. We all celebrate as she runs back to the sidewalk. Our focus is on her, and we must not have seen the man on the other side of the gate. But when we were all together again, there's a man standing, pressing up against the iron bars of the gate, staring at us. We're speechless, all of us sick to our stomachs that we were caught. The light on the front of the gate barely illuminates his features. His expression looked old and mad. Countless wrinkles shadowed his face. He was short, with a horseshoe of long silver hair around his head, ending by his ears. He was wearing a dark knitted sweater with a brighter button-up under it, tucked into black pants. His eyes are wide, wide open. He had his lids pushed as far back as he could get them, just to silently glare at us. We all hush at once. His sudden appearance gave me a roller coaster feeling while I stood on the sidewalk. We all got hit with that fear, the primal fear every youth experiences when they get caught doing something bad. That type of fear, mixed with a notion that I shouldn't be worrying about my moral well-being, more so my physical well-being. It's an interesting cocktail. The way that he looked at us made me feel like prey. Along with that, I began to feel immense sadness, an overwhelming dread that finally possessed me to turn and run. Lindsay and Tiff followed right on my heels. We ran past 6 or 7 properties before stopping to catch our breath. Sharing a collective nervous laughter, we slow down and try to shake off the vibes of the prior situation. We touch ourselves up in Lindsay's makeup kit, standing under one of the few streetlights. Bora's house was one cul-de-sac over, and we worked too hard on our costumes to enter looking like sweaty Bettys. There's a handful of houses until we reach her street. We could hear the distant music that was serenading our drunk friends, but like a good best friend, Tiff stops us and extends her index finger at me and says, "Wait, you didn't do one for the girls." Both she and Lindsay begin to harangue me like we didn't almost get busted. They reassure me that the house is so far away now, then continue to press my commitment to our sisterhood. I give in. For the last time in my life, I give in to peer pressure of my friends, and the next carved pumpkin I see, I make a sprint for it. Preparing to boot the pumpkin to the moon, I scream, "For the girls," as loud as I can before booting this orange mass. But when my foot goes through it, I slip, and my leg slides under the bars of the property's gate. My right foot caught traction, sending my legs into splits. My upper half went forward, and I did a James Brown-looking thing that broke my leg into an L shape. My first thought, besides excruciating pain, was karma. Pretty soon, all 3 of us were screaming, and somehow, some way, my friends managed to get me to a house close by to call an ambulance. With one night of fun, I kind of completely lost it all. Naturally, I couldn't play volleyball, and therefore I was no longer eligible for my scholarship. But life goes on. I still ended up going to college. Of course, that's when the real horror story began. Student loans. Most of my experiences are from my childhood, and a couple of things happened while I was in high school. I have only one major event in college, and this is it. My campus is beautiful, and there's always people who drive through the middle of campus, just to see the trees and buildings. It's also really close to a local high school. Several high school students will drive through campus to get to school. In February of 2019, there was a terrible accident on campus. A student at the local high school was driving through campus on her way to school. Most of the streets on campus have several crosswalks, as pedestrians are always everywhere. Anyone who lives in this area always knows to watch for pedestrians. The driver was headed down Garland Avenue, which is one of the busiest streets on campus. She was texting, and she didn't see a girl in the crosswalk. The driver hit the girl, and the girl died 2 days later in the hospital. Everyone on campus and in the surrounding area was extremely careful on campus after that, always paying attention to the crosswalks, whether you were the driver or the pedestrian. It was really sad and depressing for a few weeks after. Fast forward a few months, and it's October. I work on campus. My office is in the same building where many of my classes are. I parked in the parking garage on Garland Avenue, which forced me to cross the same crosswalk that this girl did. I've crossed it multiple times after she died, and it made me feel creeped out and sad, but nothing ever happened. The week before Halloween was really busy at my job, and I was working a lot that month. I'd forgotten something on campus in my office, and I needed it to be able to work from home. My friends had made plans that night to meet up and go mini-golfing at about 10 p.m. I decided to go into the office and work for a couple of hours since I couldn't get any work done from home. And then I would go meet them to hang out later. The sun sets around 6:30 in the fall months, so it was already pretty dark by the time I parked around 7 p.m. I got out of my car and I walked to the crosswalk. I crossed 3 lines of the road and happened to look up right when I got into the 4th lane of traffic. There was a dark gray Toyota Corolla slowly driving towards me. I stopped dead in my tracks, and I'm not sure why I didn't just keep walking. Something felt off about this car. The windows were very tinted, to the point that I couldn't see anyone inside the car. The car stopped about 10 feet from me, and it started to rev its engine. That snapped me out of whatever trance I was in and made me take the final steps to the sidewalk. The car sped off to the stoplight, up the road, and it disappeared around the corner of the street that led to my building. I shook my head, thinking it was some stupid college kid just trying to show off or be cool. I weaved through some dorms and finally got to the next crosswalk that crossed the driveway to the side door to my building. This crosswalk is a one-way street. It connects to the street that I previously crossed. I looked to my left for any oncoming traffic, and there sat the same car. I waited for the car to drive by, but it stopped and flashed its lights at me. I guess this meant he was trying to let me cross. I went ahead and started to walk across the street, but when I got to the middle of the road, the car lurched forward and stopped about 12 inches from me. With that, I scurried to the other side of the road and turned around to chew out the driver, out of anger for almost hitting me. I turned around to the driver's window, which was also very tinted. It slowly rolled down, only to reveal that no one was inside. I blinked. I rubbed my eyes just to make sure I was seeing a driverless car. I looked in the back seat to see if there was somebody hiding back there, trying to freak me out. But there was no one in the passenger seat or the back seat either. The driver's seat was upright, so I knew they weren't simply laying down to avoid me seeing them. I felt the hair on the back of my neck stand up, and I got a chill down my spine. I quickly hurried to turn around to the door. I scrambled to get my keys out to open the exterior door, and I heard a car door open and slam shut behind me. I didn't dare turn around because I didn't want to see who or what was behind me. I finally got the right key to go into the door, and I slung it open, and got inside. There was another set of doors that I had to go through, and I turned around when I got through them. Both sets of doors were glass, so I could see outside. The car was gone. I tried to block it out as someone pranking me, since it was so close to Halloween. I turned to go down the long hallway of the building that I worked in. This hallway had motion-activated lights that really sucked. The motion sensors didn't work very well, so most of the time, they wouldn't turn on when you walked past them. I had never seen them on unless the switch was flipped. They really only ever turned on when you did that, instead of turning on when someone walked by. This hallway had faculty offices and a few computer labs in it, but it was really late. Everyone had pretty much gone home. There was no one in the offices or the computer labs as I made my way through the hall. I started walking down, and the lights all turned on at once, all the way down the hall. This only happened as someone flipped on one of the switches. There were only 2 switches, one at the end by me, and the other at the far end. I was looking in the direction of the second light switch, and I didn't see anyone walk by to turn it on. I didn't see a hand from around the corner flip it or anything. I knew there was no one behind me who could have switched on the light from there. I was about 5 feet from it, so I know I didn't hit it by mistake. I thought it was odd, and I got a shiver down my spine, but I kept walking. I finally made it to the end of the hallway, and I felt someone watching me from behind. I turned around really fast to see who it was. I looked, but there was no one there. I would have seen someone duck into one of the classrooms or office suites. All the doors were closed when I walked by. I would have heard a door open and shut, at the very least. When I decided I was crazy and that no one was there, every single light turned off at once, like someone switched the light switch again. I was looking at both light switches, and neither one had moved. With that, I quickly made my way through the open part of the building to the staircase that led to my office suite. The staircase goes to the lower level of the building, and there's a landing on the second floor, which I was currently on. There are ceiling-to-floor windows that overlook the tiny parking lot behind the building. There was a girl standing there, facing the windows, with her back to me. She had long brown hair that fell to her lower waist. I could see that she was wearing jeans and a white top with a large red pattern on it. It was very odd. The red splotches were random and looked almost like paint. I called out to her to say, "Hello," so I didn't startle her, but she didn't turn around. It didn't seem too strange, since most of the janitorial staff cleans late at night. They typically have earbuds in to pass the time with music or podcasts or whatever they're listening to. It was common for them to not hear people walk up, especially since it wasn't common for others to be there after hours. I shrugged it off and started toward the staircase. But then a thought occurred to me. I looked back at the girl who hadn't moved. She was just standing there. She didn't have a mop, a broom, trash can, or any other janitorial supplies. I stepped down onto the first step, and that's when she slowly turned to face me. I almost puked when I saw her face. She looked to be about my age, late teens, early 20s. She was gorgeous on one side of her face, but the other side was missing. By missing, I mean that her skin was shredded. It was gone, and I could see her skull, jawbone, and teeth. From what I could tell, her expression was anger. She was furrowing her one existing brow and narrowing her good eye at me. She started walking across the landing towards me with her arms outstretched. I couldn't rationalize what I was seeing. I had no idea how this girl was standing, let alone moving towards me quickly. The whole left side of her body was shredded, just like her face. I could see parts of bone in her arm and leg. Her clothes were torn on that same side as well. I realized that the red paint I had seen on her shirt was indeed blood. I finally let my brain take over my body, and I darted down the steps and immediately to the door to my office suite. There's 4 offices down the long hallway that make up my suite. My office was at the very end of the hallway. Like the first hallway upstairs, this one had motion-activated lights as well. They could also be turned on by flipping a switch on the wall. I fumbled with my keys, trying to get the exterior door opened. Finally, I jammed the key in and turned. I jerked them out and practically ran down the hallway, flipping the lights on as I went. At the end of the hall was the door to my office as well. I again fumbled for my keys to get the door unlocked. Before I could, I heard a slow, methodical knock on the door behind me. All of the classroom and office doors in my building have a long, skinny window in them, so you can see who's knocking on your door. I turned my head and let out a scream when I saw the same girl at the door. This time, she smiled at me, but it wasn't friendly. It looked evil, like she enjoyed my torment. I willed myself to turn back around to my office door and finally managed to get it open. I slammed it shut behind me, and it locked automatically. All the doors in my building lock automatically when they latch shut, unless you flick the latch in it to make it stay unlocked. This is a safety precaution to prevent school shooters or intruders from having easy access to classrooms or offices full of people. I scrambled to the far wall of my office, which I shared with 3 other people. It's the largest office in the suite, since there were 3 student workers who had desks in there. There was also a gigantic printer for posters and signage and such. If you were at any of the computer workstations, you couldn't be seen from the door's window. I flattened myself against the far walls, and I tried to slow my heart rate and breathing while listening for any signs of the girl that I'd seen. It was quiet, and usually when the exterior door opens and shuts, you could hear it. It was a heavy door that had one of those arms attached to the frame that would cause it to slowly shut unless there was a doorstop holding it open. It was against university policy to prop a door open for longer than absolutely necessary to eliminate opportunities for intruders or school shooters. After about 20 minutes, I picked up my phone and I called my then boyfriend. Not that he could really help me much since we were long distance. He lived 6 hours away in a different state, so it wasn't like he could drive to campus to comfort me or protect me. He answered the phone grumpily, since he'd been taking a nap. I told him what had just happened, and he quickly shut down any suspicions by reminding me that it's only a few days before Halloween. He suggested that it might be a group of college kids playing a trick on me. I agreed and apologized for waking him up, since he was clearly unhappy with me. He didn't believe in anything supernatural whatsoever, so I wasn't about to suggest what I knew deep in my stomach. This wasn't a prank. This was some sort of spirit trying to scare me, get my attention, torment me. What it was trying to do was unclear at that moment, but I knew that it wasn't a living human. I just shook my head and tried to clear my thoughts. I pulled out my laptop and began working on the project I was trying to get finished. I worked for 3 solid hours, and I looked at my phone during a break. It was just after 10 p.m., and my phone was dying. I decided that 3 hours was enough time. I needed to get home before my phone was completely dead. I started packing up my things and began making my way back towards the door. I opened it and switched off the lights and let the door swing shut behind me. I walked cautiously toward the exterior suite door, as that was the last place I saw the girl. I half expected her to jump out when I got close enough to the door, but nothing happened. I opened the door and turned to go up the staircase to make my way out of the building. I didn't see anything, so I took my time. Once I got to the top step, I heard soft sobbing noises coming from the corner landing where I first saw the girl. She was sitting on the floor this time, with her legs crossed in a way that small children do. Her head was bowed, looking down at the floor in front of her, and she was shaking slightly from the sobbing. Her back was to me again, so I couldn't see her face. My heart did go out to her because she sounded sad and in pain. But my brain just kept thinking about the evil smile she'd shown me while I was terrified earlier. I turned on my heel to run out of the building, but she started talking through the crying.
Please stay with me. I don't have any friends. Please stay here forever with me. We can be friends.
She kept repeating that she was alone, that she had no friends, and kept asking me to stay with her. I got chills down my spine, and I didn't think twice about running out the door that I'd come in earlier. I was at a dead run when I came to the crosswalk. I was genuinely terrified and wanted to get as far away from that building as possible, but I wasn't stupid enough to go running across the street without looking. I glanced both ways, searching for headlights, and once I saw it was clear, I started walking as quickly as I could across the 4-lane road. Once I got to the middle of the road, I noticed headlights out of the corner of my eye. It was the same car that had spooked me on my walk over to the office earlier. I bolted across the street and quickly ran on the sidewalk to the parking garage. I wasted no time hopping in the elevators. I frantically pressed the buttons to force the doors closed when the car stopped in the street directly in front of the elevators. The driver's door opened, but I didn't see who or what got out. The elevator doors shut right before I could see anyone step out. I leaned against the back of the elevator, and I waited while it took me up 3 floors. I always parked on the top floor of the parking garage, especially if I knew I'd be there after dark. It was very well lit and typically had plenty of spaces available. I stepped off the elevator and looked over the rail into the street below to see if I could spot the car, but it was nowhere in sight. I let out a breath and quietly walked to my car, about 20 feet from the elevator. I placed my backpack in the back seat and hopped in the front seat. I started my car and I sped down the ramp to the lower levels toward the exit. I was currently on the 5th floor, and the exit is on the 2nd floor. When I reached the bottom of the first ramp on the 4th floor, the same car was waiting for me. It floored it, going around to the right, since this was a one-way, and the car was sitting on my left. I sped as quickly as I could, around and around, circling the floors and ramps, descending to the bottom. I finally hit the 2nd floor and glanced in my rearview mirror. The headlights were turning onto the ramp behind me. I completely lost it. I darted out onto the road and cruised through the intersection quickly. I drove to my apartment about a mile off campus, and the whole drive, I checked my rearview mirror. No one was behind me the whole drive home. I got out of my car and parked in the front of my apartment and quickly ran inside, locking the door behind me. The following night, I had little sleep, and it took several weeks to finally get through an entire night with no nightmares. Well, a few months later, in February 2020, the local news channels start covering the death of that girl that had occurred a year earlier. On the morning of her 1-year anniversary, they shared a photo of her on the news. I always watch the news when I get ready in the morning, as I like to keep up with current events in my area and get a forecast for the weather. I was in the bathroom listening to my bedroom television as the segment on her began. I was putting on makeup when the news reporter spoke her name out loud. I won't repeat her name just to protect her identity, and I don't want to draw attention where it isn't wanted. But I got a chill down my spine when her name was said on the TV. I dropped everything I was doing, and I went to sit on the edge of my bed to watch the story. Seconds later, a photo of her popped onto the screen, and I went ice cold. It was the same girl that I'd seen in October. The same girl I'd seen in my office with a mangled face and body. She had on the same outfit, except it wasn't torn. Her shirt was also pure white, not red. I felt the blood drain from my face as I realized what I'd seen a few months prior. According to the local reporters, the whole story was that the girl had been hit by a teenage driver that was on her way to high school. The teen who'd been texting and driving at the same time, she hadn't realized she'd hit someone, and she drugged the victim about 10 feet before she came to a stop. The girl was not killed instantly, but instead lived for 2 days. She was in a coma before she died and never woke up. I haven't seen her since, but I still refuse to stay in my office after dark, alone. I don't know why she chose me or what she wanted from me. I don't know if she simply wanted help or a friend, or if she wanted to harm me or scare me. Maybe I'll never know. I sure hope I don't see her again, but I hope she's found peace wherever she is. So this takes place last Halloween. It was my first semester of college. I was a freshman. It was Halloween night, and while my roommate was getting drunk and partying with my ex-friends for the 100th time, I was alone and bored in my dorm room. Granted, I didn't want to risk the chance of COVID, but I couldn't stand being in that damn dorm room any longer. I wanted to party. So I start to look around on my phone. I forgot how exactly I came across her, but a girl who was a self-proclaimed freshman invited a group of 10 people to this party that her friends were throwing. Social distance and everything, she promised us. Luckily, my couple friends wanted to jump on this party if we were social distance and wore our masks. The girl sent us the address, told us to tell the people there Monica invited us. Well, that's where things got weird. One of my ex-friends decided, okay, let's not wait any longer for us to get ready, and went to the party by himself. When he got there, he did exactly as this Monica said, and the guy there refused to let him in and called him a slur. Granted, this ex-friend was a little bit weird, so we thought, hey, what the heck, we'll just leave if we sense that something's off. After driving there in my friend Steve's car, my friend Mary and I got out of the back seats and were instantly dumbfounded. Like, we certainly weren't expecting a castle or anything, but this place was a literal dump, and the neighborhood extremely dirty and dark. Well, even though we got the creeps from the place, we did just spend 30 minutes getting there, so okay. We walked to the door, and this guy who was absolutely plastered and at least on 3 different drugs answers. We tell them we're Monica's friends. Confused, he looks at Mary and I and just silently nods and opens the door for us to come in, ignoring Steve completely. Well, what we met was certainly not what we expected. There were around 20 frat guys huddled around a table filled with booze and drugs, silently watching a girl, the only female there, mind you, giving a guy a lap dance. No masks, no nothing. We were the only ones wearing them. Confused and horrified, we silently headed down a huge black staircase that was smack dab in the middle of the crammed living room. What greeted us was not another group of people or Monica and her friends that supposedly invited us here. Instead, I kid you not, at least 8 or more black locked doors that looked like they came straight out of a Saw movie greeted us. After trying one of the doors, Steve looked on in horror as the adjacent door slowly opened. What looked like 2, at least, middle-aged, greasy men came crawling out, looking at Mary and I in a weirdly perverted way. Unlocking and entering one of the numerous doors, we could only watch in horror as another bouncer-looking man came out of nowhere and started screaming at Steve. "Who the hell invited you guys here?" "Monica," we all reply, really confused. The dude just looks bemused and just goes, "Who the fuck is Monica?" We take that as our cue to leave, and we hardly run up fast enough before the bouncer starts to shove and tries to tackle Steve toward the ground. Leaving that crack house, confused as fuck, we finally see Monica and 2 scandalously clothed girls, literally looking as white as a sheet. She gives me a small, awkward giggle and wave, and we floor the hell out of there, never looking back. Yep. Don't go to random parties in large cities you're unfamiliar with. The weird part, or really not so weird part, was that Monica was trying to get me to come alone, knowing that I was a female. In all honesty, I think the people at the party and Monica really only had a problem with Steve, and totally didn't expect Mary to bring her boyfriend, or for me to come with friends. Afterwards, Steve told us he totally believed it was either a drug house or a prostitution ring that had tried to lure Mary and I in. So to Monica and the weird trafficker, drug smugglers, whatever the hell you were, let's not meet again. I don't know what you were planning, but it certainly wasn't anything good. In 2005, I was about 9 or 10. My little brother was around 5, or whatever age you are in kindergarten. And it was Halloween time. It wasn't actual Halloween. I recall that being a few days later, and for reasons you'll likely understand, we avoided the street where this story took place. My brother and I would walk down this street almost every day. It was just one street over from our own, and the neighborhood led to our school. This was the first year that my brother was in school, so my parents would have me walk to and from school with him on the days they didn't drive us. This was and remains to be a safe, quiet neighborhood in Delaware, which is also a relatively quiet state. We were on our way to school, and we'd left early so that we could stop at the donut shop before getting to school. It was still a bit darker outside as the sun hadn't fully risen yet. As we passed down the familiar streets, we were admiring the Halloween decorations. We couldn't wait to wear our costumes. This year I was Princess Leia and my brother was going to be a tiny Darth Vader. And we really couldn't wait to eat ourselves practically sick on candy. This was something that we weren't usually allowed to have. Walking, we saw lots of jack-o'-lanterns, cobwebs. One house had transformed their whole front yard into a graveyard, while another had a life-size witch standing near the front door and some bats that were suspended from the trees in the porch. Our small town seemed to embrace the holiday, if for no other reason than for the kids in town. As we approached one house, I noticed that they had something very large hanging from the tree in front of it. It looked like maybe a mummy, but it was very unsettling.
My family was pretty straight-laced, if you will, rather sheltered and Quaker-esque. We weren't allowed to use fake blood or gore in our costumes, no weapons, and we couldn't watch scary movies, that kind of thing. So I wasn't really sure what I was seeing hanging, but it did scare me. My little brother, too. He asked me what it was, but his voice was cracking. Then he told me that he didn't want to go past the scary lady. I had to assume that he meant whatever was hanging in that tree, and I actually agreed with him. Whatever was over there looked scary. It wasn't well lit like the other scary houses, and there didn't appear to be any other decorations on or near the house. Taking his hand, I told my little brother to follow me across the street. As we reached the other side, we kept walking, but I turned my head and tried to see if I could get a better look, now that I felt safer across the street. I guess it did look like a woman, at least a person with long hair. Cars were passing by, and now other people were walking the streets, so I studied their reactions. Most people seemed to be impressed as they walked by the houses, as we were. No cars seemed to be stopping. So I decided that it was just a really good, really scary decoration. Still, I hurried our walk to the donut shop. After eating our donuts and milk, we headed to the school, where we lived out a relatively normal day. Some of the other kids passed the same house. We all talked about the hanging, scary woman, while some kids said man or ghost. Either way, we all agreed that it was super scary, and I heard some kids daring each other to trick-or-treat there on Halloween. It wasn't until after school that I realized something was wrong. I grabbed my little brother and we started our walk home, but our parents were outside waiting for us. Some friends that had been with me declined a ride home, and so we got into our car. Our parents were very quiet, and instead of asking us about our day like they normally would, they were just silent. Typically, we would play the Rose and Thorn game, if you've ever heard of it. If you haven't, it's essentially where you talk about the best part of your day and the worst part of your day. After so much quiet, I asked my parents why they picked us up today. That wasn't today a walking day? My dad said that we would talk about it more when we got home, and then he started to ask about our day. So we started at the top of our days. I can't recall what my rose or thorn was, but I know I hadn't really thought about the house or the woman in the tree until my brother used it as his thorn, saying that he didn't like the house with the scary lady outside. I agreed. But I also felt safe with my parents, so I asked if we could drive down the street, mainly wanting to show them the house with the graveyard. But my parents just looked at each other, saying that we really needed to get home, that we would see all of that stuff on Halloween. Then their attention went to reassuring my brother, who was now crying, that we wouldn't have to go by that house, that we didn't have to see that lady. Once home, I started on my homework, not bothering to get into why my parents drove us home. I didn't think about it until dinner, when the news was on. I had just finished setting the table and went to go watch TV while I waited for dinner. I was going to change the channel, but I saw breaking news flash across the local TV station. Breaking news in our small town. I'd never seen it. The news story began by stating that a woman who had apparently committed suicide was mistaken for a Halloween decoration. My eyes widened, and I heard my mom run from the kitchen and my dad from his office. They sat down next to me, asking that I not tell my brother about the news I'd just heard. I shook my head, acknowledging their request, but then I asked them, "Was this why you picked us up today? Was there really a woman in that tree?" They were now shaking their heads, acknowledging my question. All that I could think about in that moment was that I had just passed a real dead person with my 5-year-old brother. My parents asked if I was all right, and I wasn't even sure, but I told them yes. They hugged me, telling me that they were sure that it was scary for us, telling me not to worry about the woman and that the police and everyone else had taken care of her. I wasn't sure what suicide meant, and I didn't ask. But naturally, as I got older, I put the pieces together. My little brother, he doesn't recall the experience, at least not the same way that I do. When he was about 10, I asked if he remembered the experience, the lady. And he still recalls it as being a lady on the sidewalk. That maybe something was in the tree, but that it was the decoration, the woman next to it, that scared him most. He says she looked gray and cold. She looked like she was hurt, but she was just standing there, waiting for us to pass her. For several years, I tried to tell him that's not how it happened, but he remained steadfast in his claims and in what he saw that day. So my explanation for this difference in our recollection of events is that maybe my little brother did see that woman. Maybe he saw her spirit, while I was only able to see her physical form. Years ago, this theory would have been called far-fetched by my own standards. But you just see and learn more with time. You open yourself up to possibilities, even if that possibility is something as inconceivable as ghosts. Here I am, 12 years after the events of Longford Drive, having nightmares again. And this time, I need someone to believe me. I'm 28 now. No one believes 15 and 16-year-olds after all. Overdramatic, attention-seeking, leftover childhood imagination, mental illness. Have we taken her to a doctor? Yes. He said it's just the teenage hormones. Oh, that's it. This time, I need someone to believe me. I was born in Fitzroy, Victoria, Australia, in 1992. My brother was born in the same place in 1997. In 2001, before the towers in New York City fell, my family moved to the U.S. A few months later, the towers fell. No more house. So we moved to Texas. For almost 7 years, we couldn't buy a house. We had to rent. One night, in one of the rental homes, my brother woke me, horrified. There are red eyes in the corner of my room. No, there's not. You're having a nightmare. Leave me alone. I don't remember him leaving, but the morning came and he was no longer in my room. I started to notice that he would not travel to certain parts of the rental house, and I just ignored him for years. He never mentioned the red eyes in the corner of his room again. We moved around a lot after that, and finally, we were able to buy a home. Longford Drive. It was an older home for the area. Early 1980s, the surrounding homes were 2000s range, and they actually had vinyl flooring instead of this old, scratched-up flooring. It was light, ugly brown, looked like something out of the 1970s. I used to study every scratch and scrape on the floor, and would wonder, what happened there? Movers, children, dogs, or something else? Regardless of the home's obvious bland and aged interior, it was at least our home. It was an early cookie-cutter house, though, you could tell. Every main room was on the first floor, and the second floor was a dominated media room with slanted ceilings for the roof and a walk-in attic. The attic was practically its own room, which I suppose my parents liked at the time due to their endless 80s furniture from Australia that for some reason they refused to part with. The most disgusting of all this furniture was a couch with fishes on it, a navy and yellow couch with very detailed fish on it that were a variety of colors. I don't recall when they finally got rid of it, but I'm glad they did. I'm glad they got rid of a lot of things when we left that house. It took a few years, about 5 to be exact, to truly realize something wasn't right. And it all started the night before sophomore year of high school. My best friend Chelsea and I practically grown up in that town. We'd heard all the legends, laughed about them with our friends and boyfriends. But I guess that night we got brave. So we went to the local graveyard. It was at least 200 years old, and decided to wander around it and take pictures. We had an old digital camera, new camera at that point in time. My friend Chelsea had claimed in the past that she could see spirits. To this day, I'm still not sure if I believe in that shit. Even after what happened. Logic is a bitch. I'm laughing about something, stumbling through the graveyard like a disrespectful teenager. We've all been there. Chelsea stops laughing. I look back at her because the silence stuns me. She is white. And I mean, she's white, but she was unnaturally white at this moment. Her brown eyes look black, and they are big. We need to leave. What? She speaks angry. We need to leave now. I feel something almost consume me. Just absolute dread and fear. Beyond fear, all in me. There's no fight or flight. It's like it's broken. We just stare at each other, like we're going to let whatever's about to happen, happen. Like, we won't go home tonight, and we accept it. But Chelsea breaks. I watch her, throwing her feet up, as her figure gets further from me and closer to my red Mustang on the horizon. I don't know how. I don't remember, to be honest, but I ended up following her somehow, and suddenly was grabbing the door handle of my Mustang. Then I was inside, and the feeling had at least faded. What did you see? Nothing. But I felt, let's go. I don't want to talk about it. Where's the camera? I handed her the camera, and she flipped through the pictures I'd taken. They were unusually blurry, and as she scrolled, I saw more and more bubble-looking things. Dust. That's what I immediately thought. I knew nothing back then, I suppose. She stared intensely at some specific ones. Then a look of rage came onto her face. She began deleting every picture furiously, and in that moment, I thought only one thing: drama queen. I dropped Chelsea at home. She said very little. I told her that I would see her tomorrow at school. She turned and said, "Make sure you remove the SD card from the camera before you get home. Make sure all the photos are deleted." I ignored her and rolled my eyes after she shut the door and turned away. I went home, laid out my first day of school clothes, and slept better than I'd slept in a long time. My brother's room was right next to mine at Longford. We slept with our doors open. I'm not sure why. I think it was a childhood habit that I never would participate in today. I don't think he does either. I woke up at 6:15 that morning to his panicked face wailing over me. To this day, I've never in my life seen him so frightened. He was screaming, and my memory tells me crying, wailing. "Someone came into your room." "What? Someone is in your room. Get up." He dragged me out of bed and ran to the door, still clinging to me. I was more awake now and threw on the light. I saw nothing, except my tacky lilac room. He ran to the closet and flung the door open. Nothing. Then he ran to the bathroom, threw the door open, threw the shower curtain back, and nothing. I looked at him, eyebrows raised and almost laughing at him. His face turned paler. I woke up, and there was a light on in the hallway, and I saw a man. He was older, he had a long beard, overalls, and he was floating. He walked into your room. I saw it. It was not a dream. Don't look at me like that. I saw him. He began to tear up from frustration. My parents had noticed the sound at this point and came in. He told them what happened. The first exchange between these adults. He's on ADD medication. He's been having nightmares on this one. We should probably switch him. Yes, but what if you saw Jesus? My mother had noticed his face before stating this. It was a face of disbelief, frustration, anger, and horror. I'm sorry, brother. I didn't believe you either. My mind had already begun to favor the adult side of things. Too scared to admit there are sometimes things we don't understand. Too arrogant and egotistical. I'm sorry. He moved out of that room soon after. And he moved into the guest bedroom, and the guest bedroom furniture moved into his old room. I was now alone on that side of the house, which I enjoyed for a time. I rearranged my bedroom furniture, as I wanted to participate in a change as well. One night, not long after, I woke up from the sound of footsteps in the hall. I figured it was my dad checking on me. My older brother had passed away when I was a baby, and my father never truly recovered. He would often come check on us while we slept. He always just wanted to make sure that we were still breathing, I guess. Step, step, step. It was familiar, so I rolled over and got more comfortable, preparing to fall back asleep. Step, step, step. I finally opened my eyes and checked out the door to look into the hallway. Nothing. Only the dim nightlight was staring back at me. Okay, he's walking around the kitchen for his late-night glass of milk. I leaned to the right to peer past the hallway. The kitchen light was off. Step, step, step. I was half awake and confused. I closed my eyes and listened hard. Where the fuck is that coming from? My eyes burst open as I realized. I slowly followed my lilac wall to the ceiling, which was unpainted. I froze and stared in disbelief. It was coming from the attic. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. I felt something was so wrong, and I had to stay awake in case it decided it wanted to consume me. Something was there with me. A week later, my parents complained about squirrels in the attic, and suddenly I was sleeping very well again. Then, I heard it again, even after the exterminator said the holes were patched and the squirrels were gone. Step, step, step. No sleep. The next day, I went to the attic to figure this shit out myself. I opened the attic door and walked up the stairs. I studied where my room would be under this attic, and I found it. I walked over as far as I could, and I saw that nothing but insulation was covering the entirety of where my room would be. That night was the first time I ever slept with my door closed, and it hasn't changed ever since. Step, 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 step. Sometimes the footsteps sounded rushed, sometimes angry, sometimes sad, but they wouldn't come every night. Chelsea stopped sleeping over. I complained to my parents about the squirrel noises every now and then, but the exterminator never found anything. No traces of anything. No rats, bugs, squirrels, nothing. My parents didn't believe me, and my brother would almost ignore me when I mentioned it. He didn't want to hear it. Months went by, and finally, I was able to convince Chelsea to come over for a minute and watch some TV. As she entered the house, we were gossiping about someone from school. We laughed in the hallway, and then it happened again. She stopped, and this time, she fixed her eyes on the stairs leading to the media room. The stairs were zigzag stairs, so they would go up, then it would be a flat landing, then the stairs would go the opposite direction, and then you'd be in the media room. On the wall after the first set of stairs was a painting my mother had painted of a thunderstorm. Chelsea parted her lips and said in a whisper, "There's someone standing at the top of your stairs. I can see them in the painting's reflection." She left. I told my father that I suspected someone was in the media room. He searched everywhere up there. Nothing. I told him that Chelsea must have seen some shadows then. Another few months went by and I stopped going up to the media room. I used to secretly watch Family Guy up there when my parents were gone at work. But something was just wrong. It felt wrong being up there. Halloween came around and my brother and I were instructed to pull everything out of the attic. My brother ditched me halfway through and I was pissed. I angrily started grabbing the boxes and was verbally venting to myself about his lazy nature. I started down the steps of the attic and slowly started to lose my grip on one of the boxes. I paused to adjust, still livid. Then, a shot of air was blown from behind my head, right next to my ear. I watched as a few strands of hair reacted to the shot of air. They flew out in front of my face on the left side, like someone had intentionally snuck up behind me and blew air at the back of my ear in an attempt to scare me. Except, I was the only person here. I was venting about it after all. I knew where my brother was. He was downstairs playing Call of Duty with his stupid friends. Dad was in his room watching Judge Judy, his favorite, and Mom was on a 3-day trip. She was a flight attendant. She was in Seattle, 6 states away. I watched my hair fall back to the side of my face. I dropped the boxes and I let out a scream that I don't think I have yet to top. 12 years later, and I've never screamed like that again. I jumped and leaped down the remainder of the stairs and fell out of the attic door into the media room. My brother was already halfway up the stairs thinking something horrible had happened. I trembled out what happened. Someone blew in my ear. My hair, I saw it. It flew past my head. A smile cracked on his face and he started laughing at me. Payback for when I laughed at him his first time. Except this time, he was the one in denial and disbelief. He was like me. He didn't want to believe. Life was already too scary and overwhelming. Why believe that? My dad followed and I immediately started lying to his horrified face. I tripped. "Oh, are you okay?" "Yes." "Okay. Finish getting the Halloween stuff out." "Yes, sir." I turned to my brother and threatened to hurt him if he didn't finish helping me. He didn't. The next few years, I developed a habit of sleeping aids. Nothing major, just over-the-counter stuff. To this day, I take about 3 sleeping pills a night. My husband doesn't understand how my body's built up that kind of tolerance. He doesn't believe it either. If only he knew. The footsteps never stopped. Till the day we moved out, they never stopped. I finally started doing research into the house. Turns out it was owned by an older couple before us. And the husband hung himself in the attic above my room. Financial problems, apparently. I told my parents. They didn't believe me. I never told my brother. I figured he wouldn't want to know. I still wonder if his nightmares ever stopped. Mine didn't, but they have gotten more complex with age. Taxes, career, break-ins, car wrecks, plane crashes, ghosts of the past, you name it. We moved about a year later. I came home from university one day, in our new home, my mother's dream home. She asked me to go back to Longford Drive. Our old mail was apparently over there. I drove up to the house. A shiver went down my spine. It started at my left ear. I had lived in a normal home for a few months now and hadn't realized how wrong Longford felt. Something was really wrong with it. Did I let it in? With the pictures that night at the cemetery? Had it always been there and I just hadn't noticed until my brother had his episode? I don't know. I don't want to know, still. Sometimes things are so frightening or traumatizing that You feel like you don't need to know. You don't want to face it. The world is scary enough. I walked to the front door of Longford Drive one last time and rang the doorbell. An older woman answered the door. I smiled and told her I was here for the mail. She jumped and went, "Oh, yes, here." She handed me a bundle of letters, magazines, and what I assumed was mostly junk mail. I told her thank you and started to turn away. She stopped me. "Did you used to live in this house?" "Yes, ma'am, for many years." "Can I ask you a question?" "Yes." "Did you ever have problems with critters getting into the attic? We had someone come and check, but they said there were no signs of anything up there. It almost sounds like footsteps at night. My granddaughter comes to stay and keeps complaining that it sounds like footsteps in the attic. Any of this sound familiar?" "No." She wouldn't have believed me anyway. And this time, I need someone to believe me. This was back in 2001. The first sighting was on Halloween that year, but it was not the only one. I had just bought my own small plot of land in rural eastern Kentucky. The space sat just outside a large set of woods. Over the next year, I would build a small house and would stay mainly at the local hotels as I worked on the actual building of the house. Even being out there daily, working on everything, I never saw anything unusual or felt anything strange. Until I was ready to move in, there wasn't much reason for me to be there at night either. On Halloween, I had people over. My friends brought over their quads, and we just rode them around the property for hours. Eventually, we made a bonfire, and were just shooting the shit over chicken and beer. At one point, we went inside to refresh our drinks, grab some blankets. One of my friends, Carrie, walked into the kitchen to make some tea. She came running back into the room, saying that she wasn't going back out there tonight, that we shouldn't either. She was saying that she swore to God that she had saw a slender man. I stared at her while two of my friends began laughing. I had no idea what a slender man was, so I genuinely asked her what she saw, what it looked like. She went on to say that it was near the closest tree out there, and that it was very tall and gray, with slim, stick-like arms and fingers that were too long. I asked about its face, and all she could say is that there were dark circles where the eyes should be. I didn't want to laugh at her, but I started to think that this was some sort of Halloween prank based on what she was describing. I followed her to the kitchen, but there was nothing beside the tree, at least not any longer. All of us were able to brush it off, except for Carrie. She was certain that she had seen something, and she ended up going to bed early, saying that this was an awful long distance for a random Halloween prankster to travel, just to potentially scare one person. I didn't disagree with her, but it was Halloween, and we were talking about scary stuff. My house was sort of in the middle of nowhere. The rest of us didn't go back out that night. We just stayed inside watching movies. So if it did come back, I don't know how we would have seen it that night. Over the next few months, I started to see movement outside when no one was there. I would look outside and trees would be moving without the help of any wind, but nothing would be around. It's not incredibly well lit, but when the moon is out, there's enough light to see if something is moving around out there. I can never see into the woods at night, but I can see the trees that are a bit closer to the house, like the large oak that Carrie had seen the slender figure next to. One night, I would see it for myself. Months after Halloween had passed, a tall, thin, humanoid creature. It would stand outside my home, and it stood about half as tall as that large oak tree. Gray skin, long arms, and hands where the fingers came to a sharp tip, like claws. It didn't appear to be moving, and I was glad. It seemed massive in height, frail but massive. I had just been taking out the garbage and was washing my hands when I looked out the window and saw this. At the time, I didn't have a phone with a camera, and even now, I'm not sure that I would have been able to appropriately capture this thing on film. I didn't want to look away from it, just wanted to see what it would do. I hardly glanced down to grab a towel, and I mean glance, maybe 1 second, and it was gone. No longer near the tree, and nothing in sight. I never saw it in its full form again, but the flashes from the corner of my eyes, the tree's movement, that all continued until I left. After about a year of living there, after going back and forth on my decision, I eventually sold the house and the property. Ultimately, it came down to the fact that I hated the kinds of dreams I was having. I hated the feeling of always having to look over my shoulder, that someone was watching me. Something was watching me. Carrie referenced Slender Man, but from everything I've gathered about it, which isn't much, I just don't know how much I believe in that. Whatever this was, it didn't appear to have clothes or accessories, just a gray humanoid, and very tall in every way, long. Does anyone have any idea what it could have been? I haven't seen it since, and I still live in Kentucky, but a less rural area now. I decided it feels better to have human neighbors than humanoid neighbors. This happened almost a decade ago, when I was 13 years old. I remember my friend and I were excited about our first trick-or-treating without our parents. We lived in a small town where nothing ever happens, and we thought it would be the same that night. It started like any other Halloween night. We collected candy, ran into many of our classmates, and had a lot of fun. At 8 p.m., we realized we had to head home. But on the way back, we dropped by our teacher's house. She wasn't home, and the street didn't have many street lights. To add to this, most of the houses had their lights turned off, and their Halloween decorations were taken down. My friend and I were slightly spooked and disappointed by the lack of candy. We wanted to get out of that street as soon as possible. That's when a man emerged from under one of the few street lights. It was a police officer. Neither of us seemed to notice him before this, possibly due to darkness. He startled us, but seemed friendly. The cop introduced himself and pointed to an inconspicuous bungalow. He said an older man living in this house was inviting trick-or-treaters inside. Someone called the police, but when he arrived, no one was answering the door. He kept telling us his police car and partner were just around the block. We looked around, but couldn't see them. I was a pretty paranoid kid. Growing up, my mom loved watching crime shows, and she'd always tell me tidbits of lessons. One of these was a story about fake cops. Although I don't remember the details, I remembered people can pretend to be police officers to gain trust. Throughout this whole exchange, I was terrified. His lack of badge, police car, and partner did not feel right. I was also conflicted because he was smiling and he seemed like he just wanted to help. This was until we heard his strange request. He said he needed to speak to this potential predator and needed our help. Since we were young girls, the man would answer if we knocked. The officer claimed that he would hide behind the bushes next to the front door. He would wait for him to invite us in, jump out, and catch him red-handed. At that moment, I knew my friend felt the same way that I did. We both fell silent, but one of us managed to ask if we could discuss. The cop said yes, but told us that we had limited time. The street was silent, and he could hear everything. I remember the feeling of wanting to say something, but fearing that he would hear us and escalate the situation. We just stared at each other for what felt like forever. The cop was getting increasingly impatient. He told us that we had to decide quickly. Around that moment, a family came down the street and noticed the officer. They were coming over to see what was happening. That's when the cop said that he would be right back and not to go anywhere. My friend and I scrambled to collect our thoughts and decided to run away. We sprinted out of the street and didn't look back. On our way home, we discussed theories that ranged from him being a fake cop, him playing a prank on us, or him being a real cop, but we misunderstood the situation. When we told our parents, we downplayed it a lot and doubted our experience. In the end, we didn't call the police, but our dads drove to the house and around the area. No cop cars or police officers were in sight. Over the years, I can say I regret not calling the police. At the time, my friend and I were convinced that we misunderstood what happened. We even told our class the next day, and most, including our teacher, thought it wasn't alarming. Looking back, I find it extremely strange a police officer would put two children in such a potentially dangerous situation, moreover with our parents not present. I wonder what his motives were, but it will, unfortunately, remain unsolved. Around Halloween, when I was about 11, I went to a haunted trail with some friends of mine from karate. Place was your standard high-end haunted trail. You know the kind, with a heated ticket booth, concession stand, and a fire pit where the performers could take their breaks, as well as people who were cold standing in line. The guy introducing us to the trail told us up front that the actors in the trail wouldn't touch us and would be fired if they were caught doing so. So we enter the first part of the trail. It's the kind where there's themed structures, areas, and a few winding paths through the woods leading between them. The paths were lit with red Christmas lights and had chains laying out the path. So there weren't really employees on the trails, just the themed zones at the beginning and end of the trails. The longest trail through the woods was the one that led from the clown section to the part that had a bunch of people with chainsaws toward the end. Something that's important to know about this place is that it was very professional looking. All of the costumes and props, they could have been props for American Horror Story or Saw or something. The clowns all wore old-timey looking costumes that were authentic looking and professionally aged. Plus, they all wore makeup, not masks. A few dozen yards after leaving the clown house, a clown wearing a shitty polyester costume, a rubber mask that couldn't have cost more than $20, walked out of the woods toward the trail. The fake bloodstains on his costume looked like ketchup, not the dark red stuff that had stained the other clown's clothes. I had really long platinum blonde hair at the time, and this dude stumbles up to me and fucking yoinks my hair and holds it up. He pulls a very real kitchen knife, not painted to look rusty or anything, just a standard 9-inch blade with a dark handle, and gets his mask close to me. I could smell whiskey and cigarettes through the mask. He tells me in a thick southern accent, "You got some pretty-ass hair. I think I'll take me some." He set his hand with the knife on my shoulder, and at this point, I stop having a silent, emotional breakdown and tear away from the guy, stomped on his foot and ran away. This made him drop the knife, which made a light metallic noise when it hit the ground. I heard him yell strong obscenities while I was running, and then I watched him slink back into the woods, away from the trail, from a safe distance. Never heard anything more from him. When I was little, I just assumed that he was a worker that didn't quite understand the rules. But as I've gotten older, I realized two things. One, his shitty costume and real knife wouldn't be allowed in this haunted house. Two, with a better understanding of the area around the haunted trail, I realized that there's a trailer park known for drunk redneck antics and meth dealers in the direction that he came from and returned to. I really don't think that he was supposed to be there. "16 years ago, I was at a big Halloween party at a rather fancy house. I didn't personally know the owners, but rather I was a date to someone who worked for these people. We'd only been there for about an hour when suddenly the entire mood shifted. One moment, the whole home was filled with laughter and music, and the next, just like a movie, it was filled with screams, one followed by another, soon a roar of screams in unison. A man yelled from the top floor into the foyer. People scrambling to find a phone, a group of people running up the stairs as an even larger group makes their way down the stairs, clashing with one another as half of them move in sheer panic, the other with determination. I ask my date, what the hell's going on? But he's as confused as I am. I then hear a woman frantically trying to explain what happened, while another tries to relay the information over the phone. "She fell," was all that I could manage to hear. I tell my date, maybe we should get out of here on account of everything being a bit insane right now. He tells me to grab my coat, and he's going to meet me at the front to get our car. I waited for what feels like forever. Finally, my date meets me outside. He looks pale, and he's not rushing to me or anything. There's no urgency about him. But he grabs my shoulder and he says, "I just saw a dead body." And then he keeps walking, moving me along with him, but not saying anything else. We drove home in silence, just watching as several ambulances and police pass us along the way. It's not until later the next day that I get the details. It was a woman. She fell out of a window on the 3rd floor, broke her neck on the concrete decking surrounding the outdoor pool area below the windows. It doesn't go down as my best date in history or the best Halloween, but definitely the most haunting in both categories. Once, I was home alone while my mother worked the graveyard shift, and she still hadn't returned home when I woke up for school the next morning. It was summer in the South, which meant rainy days and endless humidity. As I looked out my bedroom window, I noticed something in the condensation. The letters RL were written there. as if someone drew it with their finger. And it was done from the inside, not the outside. The next experience is why I lean towards believing in these things, even though I'm a skeptic. It happened a few weeks after my favorite uncle died of a heart attack. There was a 3x5 picture of him on a wall separating the kitchen from the living room. Mom and I were sitting in the living room nearby, and her recliner was right next to that wall. We started talking about my uncle, and his picture suddenly flew several feet, landing between us. The first time this happened, we thought it was a crazy coincidence. But it happened multiple times. Whenever we talked about him, his picture flew over to us. We joked that he was just saying hello. It was never a scary thing. It felt more like he was watching over us. I have a couple more that are scary, but they're also longer. I'll save those for later in case anyone's interested. As a teenager, I got a little too interested in the paranormal, and my experiences started getting too intense. That's when I realized I may have been dabbling with something I shouldn't be, and I prayed for it to stop. Since turning 18, I haven't had a single experience, even when I try to provoke one. It's like I'm cut off from it now. This happened last Halloween. I spent a few nights at Rolling Hills Asylum with a friend of mine, and to be honest, at first, I was really skeptical of the whole place, due to the owners acting like the ghosts just come out and chat, like Casper. Nonetheless, I had a weird experience that made me lean more towards believing something is possibly going on there. My friend was pushing me around in a wheelchair when I saw a black shadow person run across the hall, but bending in ways people shouldn't bend. So I got up and froze, and to my surprise, my friend just goes, "What? Someone just crossed the hall?" And I said something along the lines of, "That wasn't human." And we proceeded to debate if it was a person or not, and we realized we can easily just clear the hall room by room and see if anyone was on the floor with us. After searching the wing, we realized not only was there no one in the room we saw it run into, no one was even in the entire wing. So, can someone explain this? I love paranormal stuff, finding haunted places to explore. On some nights, when I get bored, I go for a walk. One time, I was telling a friend about a nearby school that I'd Googled while looking for haunted places to investigate. Years before, on Halloween, it was the site of multiple murders, so it seemed like the perfect spot for a haunting. When I first entered the school, nothing happened. Then, I started mocking any potential ghosts by saying they must have been chicken if they aren't even going to try to scare me. I walked to the middle of the field. I noticed the school's lights were flickering. I heard someone running in the distance, and when I looked up, I saw a person sprinting towards me at full speed. Then they ducked behind a nearby crate. But when I went over there, they were gone. Nobody could have run away. I was watching the entire time. Something clearly wasn't happy with my taunts. So I went home. A couple of weeks later, my friend convinced me to go back with him. I filmed our investigation. In the recording, you can hear someone walking in the distance. You can barely hear it at first, but it gets louder as they get closer. It was dead quiet, and we both heard someone step on gravel, even though nobody was there. We looked everywhere.
but we couldn't find anything to explain what we heard. When we started heading home, we heard another step, but that one was really close. Unfortunately, all my footage was somehow corrupted, so I have no proof except for my word. I plan on going back this weekend to try again.